Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Citizen Sleeper 2, the Starward Vector, and this is episode number 1. Thank you very much for joining us on this beautiful Sunday evening, or morning, or good day, or what time we may find you. But for now, this is an RPG story-driven adventure in space, and from what I could see, it's kind of like a board game, dice rolling thing. So that's it's all up my jam. So we're gonna check it out. I have never played the first one, so this is gonna be a new experience for me. But should be straightforward. We're gonna jump into it. All right, let's go for a new game. All right, it seems we can choose the difficulty. Keep the tutorials on, yes please. Difficulty can be changed at any time from the pause menu. Okay, that's useful. Probably just keep it as it is. Intended difficulty for those happy to be challenged. Broken dice cannot be used. Standard stress tolerance. And death incurs a significant permanent penalty. Okay. So, and this one's death is permanent. So, okay, that's probably not what I want to go for the first time we're going to play this. And welcome, hello there, Jurgenthor, Mr. Trucker himself. How was the day? How did your stream go? And hopefully you had a good time. Good to see you here. Good to see you. I think we're going to keep it risky, right? That seems a little too dangerous for me at the moment. Let's go risky. And then we can choose a class. Alright, I might want to spend some time reading through this. We have the push class, focus, accurate, accrue stress to focus and action dice. Okay, and focus +1 stress and 2 plus focus, and a lot of these things aren't going to make any sense to me at the moment because we haven't played this at all. Maybe I'll just read the Mechanist. The Machinist Sleeper are built to repair and modify augmented systems used in corporate resource extraction. Machinists are very skilled engineers, but their isolated work means they often struggle with tasks requiring a direct approach or social engagement. Their focused skill allows them to focus on a single task and boost their dice to excel in it. Sleepers assigned to the machinist's work are usually diligent, careful, and structured people. I like that idea. Let's see what other classes. Okay, so we have engineering. It seems like... Okay, so we get a 0 and a plus and a +2, whatever that means. But Jurgen, your internet tanked. Oh no. But apart from that, we got some funny stuff. Excellent, excellent. Can't wait to see some of those shorts, and some funny moments. But we are trying here the Citizen Sleeper, the newest one, released maybe a week or two ago. Hopefully the music is not too loud, and when we get into the game I'll see if I can adjust it. Unfortunately there's no overall menu, so I couldn't adjust it beforehand, but we should be good. My ducking should be able to override it. As long as I keep yapping about, then we should be good. Right, and then interface, whatever that means. Endure, intuit, and engage. Okay, maybe that's social engagement. That's read it out. Let's see the operator. I think this is like the standard class. The operator sleepers are built to work with drones and remote machines over local networks to perform corporate resource extraction from a distance. Operators have expertise in working with interfaces and computer systems, but are more physically fragile than other sleepers. Their reboot skills allow them to hack their own system to re-roll dice. Risky but potentially more powerful move. A sleeper assigned to operator are usually cerebral and precise people. Alright, so this one looks like the endure one. Is that blocked out, or is it just... I think it's blocked out, like it's bad. Red's normally bad, eh? So I'm gonna assume that. Still not sure what this means. You can click on them. Let's see the last class. We have the Extractor. The Extractor sleepers are built to work at the coalface of corporate resource extraction, often in hard vacuum environments. Extractors have a high level of physical endurance, but their confidence means they struggle with tasks requiring intuition. Their rally skill allows them to motivate those in their team, boosting the crew dice. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often confident, self-sufficient, and have a high level of endurance. Okay, that sounds pretty good as well. I like the crew dice, whatever that means. I have no idea what any of this would mean, so I can only make an educated guess. This is more like an all-round. This one, I like this one, like focus tasks. This one is more focused on rerolls and bots, and this one I can see is like hard, like more health and skill about the crews and stuff. So yeah, plus stress and +2 to lowest crew dice. Stress and reroll lowest crew dice. And stress is 2 to this lowest dice? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just gonna pick this one because he seems the coolest for me. Let's go. Citizen Sleeper, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get my tea ready because I have a feeling we're gonna need it. Okay. Unknown. A vast and dark interior. In the moment before waking, the dark space before conscious thought, you struggle to find a piece of yourself. Usually these pieces come with a particular cadence, each appearing sequentially like the boot process of an old terminal. First your body, artificial, compromise, but relaying sense data all the time. Then its context, the breeze of air filtration, the soft contact on your birth in the 0G, and then emotion coming into focus, coming into your body, bringing with it the first instinct, the one that has famed your past 100 cycles, fear. But that familiar sequence does not arrive. Instead, you are unmoored in space, your body distant, your context silent, even your emotions somehow obscured and scattered. Among all the disarray, only one familiar thing arrives, the fear. It is a scrambled, panicked fear. The drowning fear, the falling fear, the fear that makes you reach desperately for any stable point. It is the fear that tells you something is wrong. Something is very wrong with you. Wake up, sleeper. The voice is whispered in your ear. An act that makes you suddenly aware of your head, pulsing in pain, your body rigid with tension. Sleeper, a familiar name. A mind copied, emulated. A body bolts implanted. One person sleeping until the debt is worked away. Their double being made to work, to be consumed, and eventually to be destroyed. A proxy, an emulation, a sleeper. That is what you are. Welcome, we got a Bobcat. Hello there, hello, how you doing, Bobcat? Hope you're keeping well. And we got the Popski. Hello, hello. We're trying out the Citizen Sleeper number 2. So I've never played this game before or the predecessor, so I'd love to try it out. Good to see you there, Bobcat. Good to see the beard. I put some extra oil in there for you guys today. Alright, let's see. We just woke up as the sleeper, but you escaped. You remember that now. Broke free from your corporate creators. ARP is search of a future. You cannot remember the details of your escape, but you know the fear has been with you ever since. All of a sudden you remember you have eyes, and your eyelids flicker open. Pale eyes in a pale face. Lane. The name comes with its own specific sensation of fear, one you recall from instinctively. Sorry to interrupt, a sharp smirk, but this ends here. No problem, thanks for being here, Bobcat, appreciate you. And the Popski and the Jurgens. Appreciate you guys. Let's see what does this lane say? You search your mind for more than a name. Is this how you reward me for my generosity? Lane is leaning over your horizontally floating body, looking down into your eyes. I took you in, protected you, and gave you a purpose. You try to look away, to the corners of your vision, to find something you understand. Your body does not respond, but I suppose that wasn't enough. He's reached into his pocket of his jacket and retrieves a small vial. This wasn't enough. The vial glitters. This object you know and have known for a long time. The stabilizer. the drug that keeps your artificial body, your emulated mind, from inevitably decay. The only balm for your planned obsolescence. The liquid rolling into the vials fills you with disgust. Lane pockets the vial, but it would be wasted on you. After what you have done to this body of yours, it looks at you with a palpable disgust. Hey, we have a nerd dragon. Looks like it's a jet set radio. Welcome there, nerd dragon. How you doing? What's everyone doing this last week? Anyone attempt at Dracula? No Dracula for us yet, there, Bobcat. We have been speaking about another episode, so hopefully soon we'll do another try. But for today, we have the Citizen Sleeper. We're gonna do some dice rolling. We're gonna do some RPGing. We're gonna do some reading. I got my tea. But hopefully you got your guys' that tea ready. It's a little bit warm, but it's good. Who are you calling a fool? Well, you all made it here, so just saying. Fire breather. Oh, the fire breather. Oh, okay. I was like, you know someone who eats fire? Well, we all know someone who eats fire or breathes fire. That's not really the same as eating fire. A roar in the chat from the Nerd Dragon. Alright, let's see what happens next. Lane's A's. What is A's? Lane's eyes scan your body, and as they do, you become aware of the wires and tubes attached to you. Those that were meant to freeze you from your dependence, from the stabilizer and the control of it grants to Lane. They are free, you piece of shit. They don't need you anymore. The voice comes from somewhere behind Lane's head. It is a voice you know, but when you search your mind to try and understand why, you find only dizzying darkness. Shut him up. Lane barks the command, and you hear the sound of impact, of pain from elsewhere in the room. You try to move your limbs again, and this time you feel a flicker. The twitch of a finger. You feel the extension and comprehension of synthetic muscle. Free, are you? Lane smirks. You were free when I disabled your tracker. When I gave you the stabilizer you needed. He scanned your body with angry eyes. Now you aren't free. You are just broken. Ninja Gaiden for the Nerd Dragon. For when? We'll see the dragon. Look, isn't there a new one coming? Or like, I'm really not on the ball of those kind of games, but isn't there a new one coming? Just wondering. So we're reading a book. Kind of, for the most part at the moment. Currently we're just catching up a bit. It's like an RPG with like some role play and some dice and some choices and some story and some... I don't know exactly what this is. I actually have no idea. The first time me trying this game, I didn't play the previous one, so but it looked interesting, so I had to check it out. Let's see what's going on. I had big plans for you, Sleeper. I invested in you. Lanes grip your arm hard and you feel a jolt of a reaction. You will the arm to move, but you have ruined all that. Lane speaks louder, over the sound of the struggle behind him. I will try to preserve your body, of course. I have my own uses for it, but your emulation... You feel one of his hands search behind your head. He finds a grip, the thick cable running into the port at the base of your skull. I will burn that out. The plane jerks forward, slamming across the body with spinning away out of sight. You feel yourself rolling, the cable plugged into your looping and wrapping around your limbs. Then you feel hands steadying you, pulling cables. You glance around wildly and see something diligently unplugging you. You meet his eyes. Your mysterious savior. Hey, he waves a hand in your dazed face. We need to move. Lane won't be out for long. He unloops a cable from around your wrist. Sleeper, help me out here. You blink slowly. Do you know this person? He leans over you and feel his hands on the connector, flickering switches, releasing locks. Come on, come on, come on! He tugs the connector clear and pulls you up. You see the room you're in for the first time, filled with tech and terminals, wires waving everywhere, all lit by a big window looking out of an impossible bright screen-filled street beyond. Right, looks like we're getting rescued here, okay. Text-to-speech game. Kind of. No, Dragon is saying it's gonna be a 5 or 6 game if we're not counting Gaiden, Sigma 1 and 2 as separate games. We want to see you suffer. Well, that's like a normal thing for you guys, right? That's a normal thing. Can't you guys not see me suffer for once? Maybe have a good time? Okay, so there is a new one coming. Okay, because I thought I saw something. So maybe if that's in the cards, I don't know. I don't know what's really gonna be on the chopping block for this year. Hopefully, there's gonna be some cool stuff. So I'll be checking out some interesting little indie games as well. Always love these kinds of things. So let's see what happened. It looked like we're being saved. In the corner, you see the dark shape of a floating body surrounded by a glittering constellation of crimson baubles. Is that blood? Move! You were wrestled and shoved towards the door, which slides open in front of you, and then you are out and in all the brightness, all the movement, gliding hard towards some unknown destination. You come to a stop in a dark alley. The one who guided you here, pausing to catch his breath. He doubles over beside a massive life support until that sends a lukewarm breeze across your skin. You stare at him, trying to recall anything about him. You notice his tattered jacket, his lightweight clothes. You remember his station runs hot. Something about the power that flows through the place. He looks up and meets your eyes. What is going on here, sleeper? He wipes sweat from his forehead, and it floats away in a swarm of spears. Talk to me! Alright, what are we gonna say? Who are you? Who was that, and where are we? Who are you is probably the most important question. You saying we had a good time with the Deus Ex and Souls? You telling me I didn't suffer in the Souls games? Well, I did have a good time. But you're saying I didn't suffer? I can, I'm gonna have to disagree on that notion. Let's ask, who are you? You see a connected frown across his face. Don't mess with me, sleeper. That's not funny. He comes closer, eyeing you carefully. What station are we on? He narrows his eyes, waits for the answer. You close your eyes, trying to recall. You force your way through the dark in the image of a station. No, a city. growing on the back of a vast set of hexagonal solar cells, shadowed by them. Your eyes open. Dark side. The word leaves your mouth like an exhale, an instinct. Before your head yourself sounds it out, you didn't know it was there. He sighs. And me? Who am I? You see something like fear in his eyes. Panic, perhaps. You stare hard at his face, the slight upturn of his mouth, the intensity of his stare, but nothing comes. He closes his eyes and drops his head, putting a hand on his temple. The reboot, he is speaking quietly to himself. Lane interrupted the process and he lifts his head and stares at you. We need to keep going. We need to leave. He turns and kicks off down the alley. Come on, the rig can't be far. Alright. So what do we have here? Some kind of a station. Excuse you, Nerd Dragon. You've been running around with huge swords, one-shooting bosses, and you say it was tough. One-shotting bosses, oh. Look, don't blame me for playing the game on easy, as easy as I could make it. Don't blame me. Alright, what do we have here with the dark side? As you are led through the passage and serviceway of the station, you try to recall your life here. The texture, the temperature on the dark side feels familiar, but you struggle to pin specific memories to it. Focusing hard, you recall waking up in these passages, cycle after cycle, with the rhythms of the station flowing over you, along with the crowds. You recall desperation and the slow decay of your body that caused it. Then Lane, those pale eyes offering you a glittering veil, stabilizer, the promise of supplying more for your work, a deal he locked you into a cage. Your memory fails you. But in the dark beyond that moment, the residue of panic or fear remains. You were Lane's prisoner, Lane's plaything. You shudder in the cold passage. Pumpkin saying after the Dracula needed an easy challenge. We don't blame you. And the Dragon saying if Ninja Gaiden stream ever gonna happen, we will change minds about the souls and gaming in general. Okay. Somehow I don't believe you there, Nerd Dragon, but okay. Right, let's see where this goes. The mysterious savior says, wait. Your guide holds up and you stop your glide using the wall. Ahead you see the tunnel opens up into a wide open bay, with a few doors leading to cylindrical tunnels, the docks. They're watching the rig. He nods towards the docks, and you see one of the doors has a couple of figures flanking it, one covering in ornate tattoos, and the other with bright silver implants along their cheekbones. Utsubo, Lane's guys. He looks at you and shakes his head in frustration. All this, it's not coming back to you, is it? Something catches your eye, and you see he is playing with a coin, nervously turning it over and over in his fingers. He sees you looking and slips it away. He places a hand on his chest. I'm Seraphim, all right? He looks pained when he speaks. Lane? He was your captor, both of us. We did this so we could escape. We need to reboot you. to break your dependence on stabilizer. He pauses. You know what that is, right? You nod meekly. But Lane interrupted me back there. The reboot didn't complete, and he sighs and shakes his head. We can still make this work. He looks back at the docks. I'll lead them away. You get the docking bridge open. If we make it to the rig, I know how to get us in. Got that? He searches your face for a sign of recognition. The Dragon is saying that Ninja Gaiden is a game where you play as an NPC against an army of protagonists. It's an eyes-opening experience, just like the Quake for FPS players that thinks that is good because he can own 5-year-old. I love myself some old school Quake. Talking about the dude looks like Freeze from Dragon. Or something from JoJo Creations. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why he's sort of like falling off. Right, so we're gonna answer with what's a rig, or we got it. Maybe maybe we could toy with him some more. What is a rig? Seraphim looks annoyed. A ship! Our ship. Or at least it soon will be. Lane assigned it to us when we were on jobs for him. Get that door open. He pats you on the shoulder. I know you can do this. Seraphim kicks off hard and glides into the docks. Over here! He bellows to the guards as he battles through. They immediately push off from the wall, giving chase. You wait. Okay, let me see there. You wait. You wait a breath. You wait a breath. Yeah, sorry, that's a bit weird. Then glide across the door they were guarding. You look already panicked. At the tightly sealed door, its control panel locked out. You hear a shout from somewhere nearby. You need to get it open. Right, so we can do some things here. Let's see what we can do. It's gotta get the tea in me. Yo, I haven't read this much in a while. Alright. During scenes, you may encounter a skill check, where you can perform certain actions using your skills. Like the dice actions you will encounter later, skill checks can have a positive, neutral, or negative outcome. The better the rating of your skill, the more likely you will succeed in a check. The odds of success are displayed when you select the check. You can see more info in the guide section in the pause menu, right? Okay, so here we have 25% for positive, 50% for neutral, and 25% for negative. But to break the seal with our engineering skill, which we have a plus on, it's 50% positive and 50% negative. Or oh, neutral. Okay. Okay, so this one we definitely can't get a negative, so I'm definitely clicking on this one. Break the seal. A positive outcome. You shift to the central access panel and reach it open. It only takes you a moment to understand the mechanism. And you reach in and snap the locking access, the door popping open with a hiss. Go, go! Seraphim flies past you, through the doorway into the docking tunnel. You turn to see two guards approaching fast across the docks, and quickly glide after Seraphim. Seraphim is already at the rig's door, inputting an entry code. The rig's door scissors open, and you both rush inside. Quickly, Seraphim grabs you by the arm and drags you up the cockpit, the ship's layout hazy in your mind. He dumps you in the flight seat and straps himself into his own. You see him tap a series of buttons as he does, talking to himself. Come on! The rig drives rumble into life, and Seraphim slams a button onto the console. You feel the force of the ship's acceleration as it pulls you away. There we go! We're out of here! Okay, we're at the rig. Your refuge in the belt. As the ship glides into place on the connecting bridge, its automatic systems nudge there by the port's docking protocols. You feel a sense of relief. Seraphim, a burned hard out of the dark side, and you dropped in and out of consciousness in your seat as the rig made its way across the belt. But now, with open space between you and lane, you feel fresher, more awake. Seraphim breaks his silence. We're good, sleeper. His eyes don't leave the monitor, and you realize this part of your escape is a routine for him. You and he must have docked this ship countless of times in your work lane. The problem is, you don't remember any of them. We made it, he whispers, closing his eyes and letting you out a sigh. I guess we certainly did. He turns and you see a pained look on his face, as if remembering something difficult. Have you said this exact thing to him before, in this same situation? Maybe I'll stay silent this time. Seraphim reaches up, flicking through a set of switches in a practiced fashion, completing the shutdown. You watch, a little frustrated with your own uselessness. Running the rig, you realize, is just another thing you've forgotten. A clunk that runs through the walls of the ship is followed by a short percussive alarm tone from the pilot's console. Docking complete. Seraphim kicks off from his seat, twisting as he glides past you towards the back of the cockpit. His hands find the rails on either side of the door and he pauses, facing into the corridor beyond. He turns back at you, backlit in cold cyan. We need a plan. He glances around. Lane's not going to let us slip away quietly, he sighs. I guess we keep running. Seraphim nods. That's what it feels like, right? That we can never get far enough away from that guy. You see a shiver run through him and know that he suffered as much as you did on the lane. We have brought ourselves some time. He glances through the cockpit window at the blinking lights of the station. You may not remember export, but I do. And there are plenty of opportunities here for us. If we can keep our heads down, he turns back to the corridor. That's what we'll do. He pushes off and glides toward the main lock, and you follow, putting yourself along hand over hand in 0G. We already emptied the tank on this thing. He slaps a hand against the ship's inside. So we need to refuel, and that won't be cheap. But if you and I know one thing, Sleeper, it's how to work. I'm going to get myself reacquainted, see if I can turn up any old connections, people that might throw us an easy contract to. He glances back over his shoulder. You keep out of trouble. Low profile, I got it. Seraphim stops at the airlock. Stopping the reboot halfway through, he pulls a worn crew jacket from the locker and starts putting it on. We don't know what that did to you. He jams an arm into a sleeve. I don't want you passing out. And he stops. I'll be fine. Seraphim drops his head, swearing to himself. He grabs another crew jacket and thrusts it at you. Just put on the damn hood, will you? You take it and slip it on. And then Seraphim stabs at the button to open the lock. The inner door hisses open, and Seraphim glides through. Wait for a little bit and then leaves. Anyone looking for us will be looking for two people traveling together. He looks at you in your worn crew jacket, a limited disguise for what is clearly a sleeper. We meet back here later. Any trouble? Same thing. Meet here. He surveys your disguise again and shakes his head. This is a shitty idea. He gives you one last look. Maybe find yourself something to eat. Suddenly you recognize Seraphim's instinct to look after you. Flash of a relationship, now lost to the reboot. Catch! Seraphim throws a handful of something towards you. You manage to grab the projectiles, and when you open your hand, you see a stack of cryo chits. Those should get you some food. We'll need some more for fuel and supplies. He grimaces. That means odd jobs on the station for both of us. Seraphim kicks off and glides down the docking bridge. Don't go too far, right? He shouts as he leaves. Take it slow. And with that, he is gone, leaving the connection bridge and heading into the Hexport's docking concourse. You wait for a moment in silence. No Dragon asking, is this like a visual novel? I'm not too sure, I've never played this before, but as far as the description says, it is like a story-driven dice-rolling RPG. So I'm assuming some decision-making, I'm assuming some dice-rolling for some idea. There's also a difficulty that implies that we could, like, die. So maybe there's some kind of decision-making or dice-rolling that we need for combat or something, I'm not sure. We're gonna have to find out. Alright, we need to make a plan. You try to think ahead to what might be coming. You'll need work, that's the first step, but then, what then? Lane will be coming eventually. The sooner you put some distance between you and the export, the better. So that's the plan. Rest, resupply, and run. You shake the thoughts from your head and pull the jacket tight. Let's see what Hexport has to offer. You kick off and glide into port. Right, there we go now. We're at least starting something. Something is beginning to unfold. So yeah, the tutorial. Welcome to Citizen Sleeper 2 Starward Vector. The game runs in cycles, during which you can perform actions with your dice, use the cryo to buy food, fuel, supplies and items, progress, clocks forward new scenes and events, and then you can review tutorials at any time. Use the mouse wheel to scroll your view, and select locations with the left click and the right click to leave a location. So this is the Hexport exchange for goods. This is where we are, the rig, and the Hexport docks. Alright, the rig is your ship and home for the Starward Belt. While the rig is docked at the hub, there are multiple areas you can visit. Bugs and the galley. Bugs use dice to reduce stress, and the galley uses supplies to regain energy. Other locations will unlock as you play. While the rig is in the dock at the hub, your crew will also help to gather resources to contribute to the upkeep of the ship. You can choose which resources they should focus on in the crew task menu on the left. They have a random chance of acquiring it at the beginning of the following cycle. And you can quickly visit and leave the rig with the right click. Okay. Kitchen. Odd jobs. Okay, you guys can't see here, but these buttons here. It says tasks and cycle, odd jobs, scavenge fuel, or store supplies. Okay, and on the run. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of like a board game as well. If I remember correctly, it's saying Nerd Dragon. Oh, hello there, JP. Welcome. How you doing there? Just popped in to check out things. I got a split of a lamb on sale that needs a cure for... Oh, a prosciutto. Hope it will be ready by Easter. And the chunk. Lamb bacon. Oh my. This man is just making us drool. Just making us drool. Okay, do we have a... What is this? Okay. Well, thank you so much there, JP, for stopping in here. Really appreciate you for doing this. Good to see you. Good to see you there, JP. Oh, Gwarav! Welcome! Welcome! Hopefully I'm saying your name correctly. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. We are playing Citizen Sleeper number 2. It's my first time playing it, so I'm not sure what we're doing here, so please bear with us. Okay, this is our character. Our character sheet. Welcome to the character screen. Here you can upgrade and configure your sleeper. On the left you can upgrade your skills to improve the skill modifier. Apply to your dice when you undertake an action. To the right you can upgrade your push and your unique ability for your class. When upgrading your push, only one upgrade at each level can be active at once. You can configure which upgrade is active only while at the hub. Alright, well, I'm not sure what any of this does at the moment, so... And we don't have anything here, so it's just... Okay, so we click there and it goes to skills. These seem to be like our dice. You can go to the rig at any time. The map. Guess we... Well, is there not a objective thing, or what is this? Ooh, that's cool. Okay, you can scroll the wheel to go up and down. No active drives. Guess we try and see if we can find some work or something. Let's see. Let's go here. Another tutorial. In Citizen Sleeper 2, you perform actions by assigning action dice to them. The higher the dice you assign, the more likely you will succeed an action. But your dice will be modified by your skill. Your skill modifier for the action is displayed on the right, and will reduce or increase the value of your dice assigned to the action. Like skill checks, dice actions have 3 outcomes: positive, negative, and neutral. Each action is also related, safe, risky, or dangerous. Based on the outcome it has, the more dangerous an action is, the more significant both its reward and consequences are. For more information, see the menu. No problem there, JP. Back in a few if I don't start. I'll end up just freezing it. Oh, no problem there, JP. No problem. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, so we got our dice here. We can leave. Over here we get skills. Chat to crews. There are plenty of crews milling around the docks and moving cargo. They could be good sources of info. Apparently it's a little risky. We could explore the docks, but that would be dangerous. The export docks are a dizzying mess of braided cables and flickering signage, filled with busy spacers. Exploring is both thrilling and intimidating. Okay, so this uses engage and this uses intuit. Can we see our... I wish I could see my skills from here so I can click on that. And okay, so these are the export connections. The export docks thrum with life. There are contacts to be made here, you are sure of it. So endure and intuit. So our endure is pretty low. Our intuit is at least on like 0. We need engineering would be our main thing. Let's see here on the exchange, maybe there's something over here. Rules of the exchange. The exchange buzzes with the conversation of commerce. This is a place where contracts are found, you just need to look. The trade scrap or engineering. Oh, we can see here our skills. Okay, okay, that's good. That's good. Our skills are here on next to it. You can see how. Right. So the trading scrap is all about identifying materials and cleaning up components. It is an engineer's job more than a trader. Impressed brokers. The data brokers are the heart of the exchange. They show off their knowledge by discussing decryption and maybe if you can talk the talk. Alright, maybe we take like a 50-50 dice. I'm not sure. 50% positive, 50%. Okay, so it got buffed by 1. So what if we put this one in? 100% positive, okay. So 6 is definitely a success, it seems. Okay, I'll do that. Let's see what we get. You've just progressed a clock. The clock tracks your progress towards both positive and negative events and can be fooled by performing something. What did I get from this? Did I get something? I didn't see. Maybe it should have paused for me there. I'll try another one in here. 50-50, I don't like the 50-50. What about on this side? There's not a line through that, so that means we get negative, right? Let's see. Oh yeah, we get minus 2. What do we get here? That's new. Trade hall. You can buy fuel. The fuel depot like this can be found at the most stations, selling the lifeblood of the belt's transport and trade. 5 cryo. Okay, we got 31 and 2 supplies. Full fuel. If you have enough cryo, you can fill your fuel capacity in a single order. That's not a terrible idea. And we can buy supplies. The trade hall has a healthy stock of supplies, like grown vegetables, water, and usually some extras, all packaged up for the crew coming through. Supplies and full supplies. Okay, can we see? Just quickly to see if okay. Make a meal. Supplies are typically safe for contracts, but when food isn't readily available, you've got to use what you've got to survive. Okay, let's not use that. And sleeping quarters. Rest and recover. Sometimes it is necessary to rest, or at least try to. In the impact bunks on the rig, this will help you reduce stress when not on a contract. Okay, so that's our supplies. Okay. Yeah, now it makes more sense. Hello there, Carbo. You're here, we can start. Well, I'm just about to start, actually. Just about to start. I've gone through the tutorial, or what seems to be most of the tutorial. So we are playing Citizen Sleeper 2. And thanks for joining us there, Carbo. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on here, but it seems we need to do... I think we're going to try to do more. Let's do another scrap. If I put this one in, we're definitely going to 50-50 on these. I couldn't see what we got there, but we do 50-50? Nah, it's too low. 100%. Okay, we got 7 cryo and rules of exchange. Okay, so we can't do this one anymore. Okay, we found a new location. Have you ever played Citizen Sleeper 1? No, no, Carbo, we have not. It's the first time we're playing this, so it's all new and exciting for me. Let's see, you can eat in exchange for cryo. Eating gives you energy and stops you starving. Different food gives different things, okay? Most trade halls have a canteen where they prepare their own dishes from the packed supplies they otherwise provide. Should we eat? How do I know if we need to eat? Maybe we should just buy some fuel. How do I buy the fuel? Do I have to put in the dice? No. Ah, okay. Make a purchase. Need some supplies, but at least our fuel is full. You neither. I seem to miss episodes one lately. Oh, okay. Well, this is one you haven't missed. You haven't missed this one yet. We just basically read through the story. So we woke up as a sleeper and we've lost our memory, most of it at least, that we can remember. And a gentleman is chasing us and we have escaped, and now we're on the run in space. And we have a ship and we're trying to find some work so we can get some money to buy some fuel and food and supplies and get out of here. That's basically it. Let's see. We can explore the docks. It's more dangerous, but only 25% positive. We could maybe chat to the crews, but that's only gonna... We are not efficient in that at all. Scavenge for supplies. Oh, this is, I think this is what the crew... Okay, now I see it. Now I see it. So our crew can do some things, so I'll ask them to search for some supplies. And I think we need to, let's just maybe take a risky action here. It's a shame. Okay, this was difficult to fail. So we have to go for this one. Probably should have kept a better dice. Well, only 25% for negative. So let us explore the docks. Ooh, a positive outcome. Excellent. Not sure what we got, but got something, right? Ah, we discovered the bends. Oh, Carbon, like held there was one. Didn't even know it until number 2 came out. Okay. Well, maybe it's a good thing, Carbon, because number 1 of Helldivers got me so angry at my friends. I literally refused to play with them that game ever again. I refuse to play that game. But because you can grief people, and if you do something by accident, right? Because you can by accidentally shoot someone. Because the Helldivers one is the perspective is from above, like isometric almost, and you can, if you don't coordinate and tell your teammates to duck or jump or be careful, or if you drop something on top of them, or you shoot them on the back, I'd rather keep my friends, thank you. Alright, to the bends, we shall see what's here. We have here 2 options, Play Star and Stoker. Some space gambling. It's a SNS is a Star and Stoker is a space gambling game played with custom magnetic dice. Chits are stashed in symbol marked cans, and winning is ruthlessly luck-based. It could work for us. Could lose all our money, or we can buy a Ben's Fry. A plastic bag of flash-fried, salt-flecked tubers. The Ben's Fry brings spaces back to the scattered tables of the bar cycle after cycle. Okay. So I think that's like food. Sounds like food. Ben's Fry. But I think we'll do some gambling. It's gonna be risky. It's a risky action, but we might probably lose some money or something. Like XCOM from the top? Yeah, similar. Like Diablo, or like any like zoomed out overhead kind of games. Yeah, so to shoot someone is very easy. So shooting your friends is very, very easy. Because you don't aim like a third person or third person game, like the newer one. So you can easily get your friends in the back. Alright, let's do some gambling. I don't think this is gonna end well. We're gonna lose all the money. Never gamble, folks. Never gamble. Unless you win rich. Oh yeah. I'm a gambling maniac. Eat at the canteen. Okay. Maybe we'll do that. I'm not sure why we need to, but it did tell us to eat, so let's do it. It gives us energy. Okay. Okay, so this is energy. Okay. It's good to know that that is energy. Probably should not have ate yet. Probably should have waited a little bit. Maybe I need to sleep? Let's see what happens if we put a low dice into the sleep action. Recovery failed. You have used all your dice for the cycle. You need to end the cycle at the ship to reroll them. Okay. Okay, that's perfect. Let's end the cycle. Only gamble if you're gonna win. Do not. Don't gamble. Exactly. So, don't gamble. That is the moral of the story. Seraphim. We're in trouble, sleeper. Seraphim leans into the bunker as you are getting up. Without further explanation, he disappears down the corridor towards the rear of the ship. You drift out into the passage, putting on your clothes and glide down the length of the rig. The cool air makes you shiver. Seraphim is a silhouette silently leading the way. He stops at the far end, diverting through the side door, shooting you a glance as he does. You find Seraphim inside, holding one of the tangled of arm-thick tubes that are waving in the zero-G engine room. You know what that means? Fuel pipes? Close enough, he shrugs. These are the engine feed lines. He waves one in the air. And before you ask, no, they don't apparently supposed to be waggling loose. What happened? These must have broken loose when we pushed the ship hard on our way through the dark side. He looks at the mess. We are lucky the reserve tank is empty. Otherwise, he shakes his head. It would have been bad. But he pushes the pipe to the side. Though freed from the reserve tank means that the rig's range is limited to the local region only. He thumps a large lampen housing on the engine. This thing can't take us anywhere far. So we fix it? Seraphim sighs. That's the short of it. Seraphim whacks the engine housing again, harder this time. Just not been our run of luck. He turns and starts gathering the tangled feed lines, his frustration evident in the violence of his movements. We need a new set of these, that's for sure. He starts forcing them back into a crate. So how about you try and track them down? I'll take a look at things here and see if I can figure out another fix for the this reserve tank. He glances up from his work. From what I've heard on Hexport, the factory row is the place to find shoplifters. Maybe you can do some recon while I sort this place out. It's on the other end of the station. Alright, we'll take a look. Wait, he screams. Seraphim pauses, seemingly unsure. there's something else. It drops at the feed lines and they float, waving in the air like tubular seaweed. I've heard word that Lane's on the hunt, he frowns. A message was out anywhere in the local radius of Darkside. He's looking for us. Oh my. We could say a bad word, or... And we can't leave. Exactly. Seraphim sighs. Which is why we need those feed lines. I'm going to try and work something out. Maybe I can improvise a solution. I don't know. He looks down. I'm no shoplifter. Or shipfitter. My mistake. But while I do, you go hunting. See what you can turn up, okay? He smiles a weak smile. Get going. You leave the engine room, the clanking sound of Seraphim's cleanup efforts echoing through the ship. Fuel feed lines. That's the next step. You take a deep breath and head out. You like the art style? I think it's pretty cool. And it reminds you of the Phantom animated... Ooh. Okay. Well, let's see what we have here. You have discovered a drive. Drives help you track and choose your objectives in Citizen Sleeper 2. The arrow button at the top left opens the drive menu, where you can choose which drive to track. Once a drive is tracked, a yellow marker will be placed above a location that relates to that drive. Drive comes in two types, a major and minor. On completion of a major drive, rewards 2 upgrade points, and a minor rewards 1. Keep an eye on your drive menu. As you progress, you see what new opportunities and objectives are available, and track those you want to pursue. Okay, perfect. Okay, we got some supplies from our crew. Full fuel. Over here we have the engine. Okay, that's where we just were, right? The engine's fuel capacity extremely limited, but new feed lines would allow you to hook up a reserve tank to increase it. Alright. Let's see where we can go to increase that. New locations. The factory row. We have here trusted suppliers. Okay, let's see our dice. We have pretty nice dice. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The export factories are picky about who they work with. Trust is a key currency here if you want to find a shopfitter. The factory owners of the row speak mostly in terms of supply and demand, but going door from door might help you find a shopfitter if you need. Okay, so we can probably put in a 5. That'll be 50-50. I think that's fair. Let's try and see if we can find one. Come on. Oh yes, a trusted supplier. Yeah, you spend as much time listening as you do talking, and seems to make some headway into negotiating a contract. We have to do this again. Might have to do that again. else we got? Today? We still have these ones. The bend. Can do some more gambling. Well, like Carball says, if it's a sure thing, right? If it's a sure thing, why not gamble? Last time we got like 9 or something. I'm gonna do it. Let's gamble. 9, okay, perfect. Let's do another search. Not sure what I was supposed to find. Minus energy, but we find the trusted supplier. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. You ramble through some attempts to discuss scrap claims nearby, but the mood sours fast and you leave feeling under threat. Ah, a Swift scrapped. Okay, what's this? Ah, data diffusal shift. All scrapyards have paid data diffusal work to offer. As old tech tends to be laced with protocols and countermeasures that need disabling. Okay. We got some engineering skills. Maybe this will give us... Only gives up 1. That's unfortunate. Should have kept maybe a couple more better dice here. Well, this one is the scrapyard shift. This, the Swift Scrap Solution, or the Triple S as it's known locally, is a chaotic and slightly terrifying scrapyard where open shifts are always available. And we can sell some raw scrap. Triple S is constantly processing scrap for the factories in the row. They'll pay good money for raw hull plates. We could work in the scrapyard, but I think maybe we'll save that for tomorrow. Don't think we'll be able to escape. Okay. Lane is hunting us down. The export isn't far from the dark side. Refuel, repair, and find what you need, and then leave before he finds you. Okay. Well, I think we have time, so let's give it a shot. Maybe we can try... Maybe do a nap or something. I'd love to do some work. If there is some more work here. Chat to the crews. Explore the docks. Engage. Will we get... I'm not good at that. Not good at speaking. Isn't there any work we can do? See, the best is just to gamble. See how good this gambling is. Only 25% something bad's gonna happen. I'm not gonna take that risk. I was close to taking that risk. I'm not a gambling man. Yeah, okay, we can see that we are bad at the skill with this little line through it. Don't have any other jobs, unfortunately. Except maybe here. Take the diffusal. All scrappers have paid dated diffusal work to offer. Only 25% of negative, and this is only risky. This one is dangerous. I don't like the danger area. Let's do some data diffusal. See what happens. Negative outcome. Okay. Okay, we just lose some energy, which is not great. Not great. Maybe we will see if we can take a nap. Don't have much dice here, but let's see if we can take a nap. Oh, nothing. Guess we're gonna have to end the cycle. We did something, not great, we gambled. But we need to get some food. We need to buy some food. Let's see what happens if we run completely out of energy. Scrapyard. I'd love to go in there. 50-50. I don't like 50-50 odds, but I'm gonna try it. Oh yes. 12 cryo. Okay. So got some money for that. So we're still searching. We're still searching here, so maybe 100%. Let's try that. Trusted supplies +2. Okay. The export. The factory row howls as you glide through its cramped passages. Well, whatever is many bays and rooms once were, they now serve as containers for industry of every kind. Wiring manufacturers precisely engineering components with rapidly shifting arms, while scrappers hammer increasingly at bench plates. Everywhere you look, there is energy and activity, and for good reason. The export itself is built on the derelict fragments of a solar reflector, and even the small amount of energy generated by its remaining mirrors is enough to power a city of machines. It is familiar to you, of course, in a strange and far off because of the dark side. That place and your memories of it are a muddy haze, but it is hard to forget the glint of its hexagonal reflectors, 10 or 20 times more in number than the export. And that's wild, flickering city growing on their back like a tumor. In comparison, export feels provincial, but deep in a factory row, you could almost be back in the dark side. And then you see them, tubes, just like those Seraphim had wanted you, waved in your face. They feed lines. You push over the display window of the unit mark Corsten Supplies in block capitals cut from the hull plate. There amongst an ankle shelf of oversized ship components fit the feed lines like some large biochemical tangle of snakes. You slip inside where the sound of factory row is a little screened and spot a large figure working at a bench. Hunched over, concentrating to see he doesn't notice you enter. Some ergonomics there. Bobcat, you saying you search for tea? Wish I didn't scroll up. JP always makes me... Oh, I could have warned you. I should have warned you, Bobcat. Don't scroll up. Got a JP in there. Let me refuel my parched throat. Make sure we are in good condition for the reading. Alright, let's see if this man will sell us the stuff, or let's say hello. A sharp eye glints as the figure looks over his shoulder. Can I help you? His accent is heavy, but unknown to you. Let's ask about the feed lines. Those feed lines, how much? There's a sharp clink as Karsten places his tool and the components against the magnetic plate on the wall. He turns with surprising grace and begins to clean his hands on a cloth. Those sharp eyes scan you, but Karsten's thick-set features do not betray the results of his assignment. His assessment. Custom built those, he says, for a client that never collected. He looks at his hands while he speaks, checking for stray oil stains. You have one of the old MEVs then. He sounds out of the letter in a way you didn't recognize as he speaks. You try to recall anything you know about the ship, but the memories elude you. Seraphim have come along. I think so. You should answer. Carson squints a little and says, right. Look. Carson drifts over to where you are standing. His imposing height evident. For a fellow enthusiast like you, he continues in distinctive monotone. Let's say a few hundred crow on clean chits. He shoots a glance at the feed lines. 400, let's say, to be precise. 400, question mark. 400, Carson says back, repeating your question without emphasis. It's expensive, I know. It's a shame. But it's just that they are worth it. He screws up his mouth a little, into something that might be a smile. However, I am more of a bartering type myself anyways. We can barter. Carsten nods. There's a little favor I need a crew for, and well, you look like you might be a good fit. He tucks the cloth away in a pocket and clasps his hand. I know I am an old Solheim wreck out there, very old, pre-collapse. It's tucked away in the dead zone, so no one has ever really cut it. He shrugs. Not only that, but Solheim derelicts have a habit of triggering nasty security protocols when approached by an unfamiliar ship, so it's been left well alone. But a salvager like you, with an old Solheim rig, I bet it wouldn't even flinch if it saw you coming, he smiles. I have a special interest, a need for an old tech. All those Solheim ships had a data core, and while I don't have about the accounting reports or material ledgers or whatever they kept on the damn thing, I do care about the hardware. So if I was to find you back there with that data core in your cargo hold, clean cut and complete, well then, I could see my way to doing a straight barter for those feed lines. Austin pauses, sniffs at the air again. You just need the coordinates. Bobcat, what did you do with the leftover meat? Oh my goodness, my dude. Well, that week, like last week, I had like some different meals. I made some different meals out of them, just like JP. I had some pasta, I mixed with it, and a bunch of other stuff, and then like basically like the rest of the 2 kgs or something are froze. So I have them in little containers, and I've just been taking them out every now and again. They're probably going to be frozen there for a little while still. Yeah, that was a rough one, Bobcat. I struggled with I think afterwards, like the week when I was like making food, I was struggling with that even worse than the challenge itself. So well, that challenge is still going if anyone's keen. So currently JP is definitely in the lead for winning that $25. So if you're keen, just make a video of you eating a giant meatball. The rules are in my on my channel somewhere, and the community posts. The carnivore diet. Oh no. I'm normally a steak eating guy. I can normally eat like every day I eat like a steak or something, but after that I had to like take like a little meat break. It might be a good thing for me. Might be a good thing for me in the long run, not having that much steak. All right, let's see. Simple as that. Simple as that? That's the question. Simple as that, he repeats in a monotone way. So, you interested? He glances back at his workbench. Because I'm a busy man. I'll do it. Alright then. He holds out a heavy hand for you to shake. And as you automatically reach out, he grabs your forearm instead. Austin pulls you closer, squeezing your arm. Let's keep this one between us, right? He half smiles, his face huge and close. It's our deal. Before he can respond, he thumbs a little drive into your palm, the coordinates, and then he lets go of your arm with what you swear was a wink. You take a moment to gather yourself, and by the time you do, a whirring fills the air, Austin having returned to his workbench. You turn and glide out of the constant supply with a growing mix of anxiety and excitement in the pit of your stomach, and a cacophony of factory row in your ears. A contract. Seraphin might even be impressed. You look at the drive in your palm and smile. This could be a route... This could be a route out. You think of leaving this place behind, in possession of an improved ship too. Suddenly, a small but firm hand falls on your back, an equally small voice coming with it.
Hey, what up?
You turn in the passage to see a young woman, her hair waving from a rapid glide she clearly just came from, out to catch you. She steadies herself using your shoulder. Sorry. She smiles and a quick flat smile. Wanted to catch you. I'm Uni. Her dark eyes flick around nervously. You noticed the portable terminal she carries. Something data scrapers, all a deck, and her backpack full of components and trailing wires. Do I know you? She pauses, confused by the question. No. She pauses again. Karsten, she starts, still catching her breath. He sent me to grab you. She smiles, that flat smile again. Wants me to come with you on that job. Her eyes shoot down to the drive in the palm of your hand, and she smiles again. Why didn't he tell me that? She glances back towards Carstens. I guess he forgot. He does that sometimes. She looks sheepishly at you. She just grabbed me after you two were done talking, so... Carsten's always sending me on things like this. I guess he wants me to help you out. Keep an eye on things, he pauses. Can be pretty helpful. So, she looks around the passage. Should I meet you at your ship? And you can tell me when you're ready to go. I guess so. Okay, great. Her eyes light up. She notices she still has her hand on your shoulder and takes it off. Junie pushes off the waves. Looking forward to working with you, she calls back as an afterthought. What about the ship? Oh, I'll find it, she calls back, and then disappears down the passage. Not creepy at all. You watch her go. Glad of the contract you nervous to. Will Carsten keep up his side of the bargain if you deliver? Alright, it takes us back, yeah, okay. Let's see. I don't know about this sleeper. Seraphim looks nervous at your rig's windows as you finish explaining Carsten's deal, as well as Junie's offer to help. If this job was easy, Carsten would have done it himself already. That means there's a catch. He frowns at the stars, and there's definitely something going on with this Junie girl. He shakes his head. Well, what other choice do we have? What if... Seraphim narrows his eyes. We could get the crowd together to buy the felines. Is that even possible? I found the contract bound at the exchange further in station. He gestures toward Hexport. We take on a job that might get us some of the way towards buying those felines. Plus, even if we do want to take Carsten's job, a bit of money to get ourselves prepared would be a bad idea. Fill up on fuel supplies, be ready for whatever comes. Do we have time? Probably not, but without the cryo or fuel and supplies we aren't going anywhere. Seraphim sighs. Just take a look at the contract board and see what you think. While you're at it, you might want to see if you can gear up some freelance crew too. Seraphim shrugs. Many hands make light work and all that. Or we stop messing around, we take Carsten's job right now and get it done before he can think twice. Seraphim yawns. Seems like a whole set of bad options to me. Either way, I've still got work to do on the drive. Seraphim nods a farewell. Heading back to the engine room. Let me know what you decide. For a moment you pause, letting the haze of the plans and ideas settle in your mind. Suddenly, you curl up, pain shooting along your spine. You grit your teeth, your muscles lock tight, your vision narrows as you squeeze your eyes shut. You feel a shift, as if something connecting has broken. It's almost impossible to describe, like you are floating away from your body. Dispersing, dissolving. There is nothing familiar in the pain, nothing to hold on to. Your teeth, you grit your teeth. Then another shift comes, and you are in the back of your body, trembling against the metal walls of the passage. The pain slowly fades, becoming a pulsing throb, and then a residual flicker. You flex in 0G, stretching out your tension. There's a strange sensation of distance that persists beyond the pain. A disconnection between your body and yourself. A flickering numbness that refuses to decide. You wonder if the reboot has done something to your body, or if this is some new sensation that you'll have to live with indefinitely. It strikes you that you know as little about the body that houses you. It could be moments away from collapse, or it might preserve for countless cycles like this. You try to shake off the feeling, pushing your hands against each other until they feel like they are yours again. Time's the only thing you need, and right now it feels like it's running out fast. You head for the airlock. You have work to do. You have locked the contract. Open the map to view it. Oh, hello! We have a Dunstan here as well. Hello there, Dunstan. Very good to have you. Hopefully you're doing well today. Give you a little wave there. Hope you've been enjoying some reading. We've been going through Citizen Sleeper 2. Okay, let's see what we can do here. This is a new one. Constant. Oh, this is the constant supply. Okay. Buy the feed lines or deliver the data core. Okay, so there's the option. And over here we have a contract board. Let's go have a look at that. The Conway signal. The client is Hexport and the type is risky. Station management have located a Conway signal. They are concerned to see one so close and are looking for someone to disable its source. So our requirement is to disable the signal source and we'll be paid 200 cryo. This open contract for the export admin requires a fee to be paid to receive the coordinates of the job. Okay, let's go do this job for 200 bucks. I think that's a great idea. As long as we have money, we can make good. What are we gonna just go straight off, or are we gonna see if we can do something else before we get off? Not sure if we need to eat. I think we might need to rest or eat. Other jobs we got here, we can do some gambling. That is 25% failure rate here. We haven't lost the gambling yet, but I don't want it to start. I don't want to start losing at gambling. Can buy some more supplies. Otherwise we can do some more shifty diffusal. 25% of failure. I think I'm just going to buy some food, and then let us see if we can set out. Recruits. We need to. Oh, I don't know if I have money to recruit someone. Where would they be? Over here, maybe? Export connections. Chat to the crews. Plenty of crews milling around the docks. Let's see. 50-50. Let's try. Only one, but I think it's worth the risk. Mine is energy, but expert. A new location. We have here the warehouse. Freight loading. The warehouses at the export docks supply the industrial operations of the station, meaning they need constant loading and restocking. I don't have skill in endure. I think we'll do another try here in chat with the crews. An expert. try and explore. It's dangerous, but only 25% for negative. I'm gonna do it. Positive outcome. Okay. Should have done that one first, I think. Export. As you are gliding across the docking concourse, you hear a shuffle. The noise of a raised voice cuts through the conversation, drifting out of the dockside shops. Glancing down an alley, you see a huddle of figures shouting back and forth. You spot one man in the middle of the group, surrounded, pushing the others back as they grab at the bags slung over his shoulder. You don't like the way this looks, but then again, Seraphim told you to keep your head down. I can rush in, or I could cause a distraction. We have 3 options here, but I can't just stand idly by. Let us see if we can cause a distraction. 25% chance for something negative to happen to us. A neutral answer, okay. You look around for something that could break up the fight. You see a thick cooling pipe running down the alley wall. You quickly try and understand the system and choose a valve to start spinning. As you do, the system begins to vent in sequence down the alley. Violent jets randomly bursting into the air. There's a scramble in the alley, and you spot the figure who has been attacked drop down to the alley floor. Then your vision instantly fills with pale liquid as a jet of coolant pumps out nearby, missing you, but sending you spinning in 0G. After a few moments, you manage to steady yourself. As you do, you see a clear alley, the assailants having fled, with one figure gliding towards you. I think that was clever. The man gives you a severe look. You look like to break up fights you didn't start. He laughs. Belt's gonna eat you up. He shifts a large bag in his shoulder, weightless but unwieldy in 0G. How about some thanks? The man's eyebrows shoot up. You think I need you back there? He tuts. You're the weirdest one I've met, that's for sure. You watch the man go, and then, after a moment, he stops and turns back. He rubs his forehead, looking down at as he does. What is your deal anyway? He sighs. Maybe you are new here, but Hexport is no place for do-gooders. Maybe I cut to the chase here. I need help. The man raises his eyebrows. Oh, you look for trouble? He shakes his head. You've got it all wrong. Look, let's not hang around, alright? The man pats his chest. I'm Femi. He unshoulders one of the bags and pushes it towards you. Make yourself useful. Let's head. You get the strap on the bag over your shoulder and follow him through the dots, gliding past the concourse towards the connecting bridges. He cuts down the side passage, looking back to check if you are following. Then he stops at the docking bridge connecting to a dull green ship with yellow markings. You look out the viewing window, and its old catamaran-like shape, seemingly built from separate hulls welded together. Symbol Crash, he says, and you assume that's the ship's name. Femi, you bring in strays. A young woman, brightly dressed and stretching as she glides, drifts into the passage. She glances at you. No offense. Nia, Femi shakes his head. This one, he squeezes your shoulder. Help me fend off some hexport scum while you were busy sunning yourself. Nia raises an eyebrow. I'm sure you could have handled them, big brother. Glib response hides a flash of concern that passes across her face. You can't tell if Femi notice. Nia turns to you. Thanks, she smiles sweetly. And I'm sorry for my brother. He shoots him a glance, just in general. Nia, Femi murmurs. Enough now. He reaches over and takes up the bag you were carrying. Nia rolls her eyes at you, but stays silent. Factory Row should have, like these. I wouldn't take these. Femi hefts the bags. I'm gonna load them back up. Maybe we'll find a use of them. He turns back to you. Thanks for the assist, Sleeper. He nods firmly. Not what I expected. He slaps the button for the bridge door and kicks off along the docking bridge on his way to the symbol crash. Nia looks at you with raised eyebrows. I hope my brother was joking, or did you really help him? I tried, at least. Thank you. He looks back at the ship. My brother needs help more than he admits. It's okay. She pauses thinking. I want to ask you something. She takes a deep breath and then gives you a direct look. What is she building up to? Are you looking for a crew? She looks away. Sorry to be direct, but you seem like, well, if you are on export, maybe you are with a crew. She stops herself. I mean, maybe your crew needs crew. Maybe you are looking. Well, I am, in fact. She struggles to hide her smile. Nia looks back at the ship and then at you. Look, I'll be honest. Being on a crew with my brother is nice, but he is suffocating me. She frowned at her own bluntness. I am not a kid anymore, you know, but he still sees me like one. He shrugs. I want to show him I can handle myself. I need experience. I need to run some contracts. She gives you a determined look. What do you say? Shouldn't I ask your brother? That is exactly the point. She shakes her head. No, you should not have to ask my brother. Eyes flare in anger. She catches herself. Sorry, she paused. I'm a good salvager, alright? You can use me, she smiles. I can spot things, file gaps, ways in. She finds her arm across her chest. I know what I'm doing. Femi taught me well. She glances back at the ship. Just considered alright. Let me prove myself. And suddenly a shout comes from the ship, echoing down the passage. Femi, he makes both of you nervous. Nia looks in his direction. I should go. She pushes off towards the docking ship. I'll be waiting. Nia gives you one last glance as she departs, then disappears into the docking bridge, leaving you alone in the passage. Well, we need a crew, I think. Let's see. Not sure what we need to do now, so maybe if we can get that crew. Maybe if we can recruit her somehow. Is that over here? That one is missing. Dragons. What are we thinking so far? Well, it's a bit early to tell. The story is interesting. A little on the boring side of, oh, you can't remember, but I can look past that. Some interesting spoke so far. I think the most interesting out of this the Carsten dude, the big bald guy with the engine tubes, seemed interesting. Making the choices, I think later on when we have to make some more choices, I think it'll open up a bit more there, Jurgen. We have a skill point available. Ooh, where do we think we want to push it? Where do we think we want to put it? Not sure what these mean. Minus stress on focus die. Okay. +1 to affected dice. Okay. That sounds pretty good as well. Oh, we need 2 points for those. And we need like 4 points for those. Okay. Well, maybe we should point these ones first before we do these ones. Okay. Oops. Can we save? Nope. Guess not. Hopefully it saves for us. But I kind of like it. It does kind of feel like a board game with a story. So it's definitely interesting. But I think we'll need to play a little bit more to see, because mostly we've just been reading. That's the most of the part we've done. Well, where do we find that person? Okay, there's the map. Right. Contracts are high-risk, high-reward jobs that you and your crew can take on. Contracts require preparation and care to succeed. You will need to gather fuel to travel the contract, gather as many supplies you can afford to keep you and your crew going. Look for opportunities to recruit crew temporarily or permanently to help you on your contract. Consider which crew to take carefully. They have different skills and stress resistances, and who you can choose can affect your story. Okay. And once you are ready, you can select the contract from the map, and then your crew to proceed. Right. So this is where we are, and this is signal. This is the one we bought. It's gonna cost us 2 fuel. This is gonna cost us 2 to get back as well, or is that a one-way or both-way journey? I want to click. It said. Said to click before we can select the crew, but did we recruit that lady, or can we, or will she just be available on the missions and stuff? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's go to this vector. Ah yes, perfect. not available. How many crew can we take? Is this one already selected? I want fold, okay. Empty, fold, okay. And oh, the blue one's fold, okay. I think that makes sense. Well, you can't see, but and here the blue button says fold. Right, travel to the contract and the crew. Let's see what we can see. Okay, cool. So it has reset my dice as well. That's very good to know. It's a drone. Seraphim spots a signal source first. Light barely shimmering off its dark hull plating. A design trait that betrays its covert use. A flash catches your attention and you see a rent in the hull, through which red light pulses. Wounded, Seraphim shakes his head, wished they'd finished the job. You've seen one of these before. Seraphim looks back over his shoulder towards you. We've seen one before, don't you? He sighs. Sorry, I know this isn't your fault. He looks at the drone. Lane had us work on one in Dockside Bay, though it was barely a shell. Disarmed and deactivated, he had us search through its guts for salvage. Even that one gave me the creeps, and it had its core ripped out. He pushed the ship closer. This one is still alive. Conway. Nia kisses her teeth. Corporate scum. You glance over at her and see the fire in her bright eyes. They don't even dare to come here and force us out themselves. It's all proxies and drones. She shakes her head. Typical core-bred cowards. Have you run into them before? She glances at you. You might say that. She looks out at the drone. You won't see me taking my eyes off that thing for a second. Seraphim carefully guides the ship closer. You watch the drone. System is full of these things now, running missions for their operators. Rare to see one out in the belt, though. Maybe got hit during a run-in with a Stat Merc. It looks like it's drifting. Most of the system's blown out, but look there. He jams a finger towards the red light on the far side of the drone. It's still broadcasting, and maybe even receiving. Can it attack us, is the question. Unlikely, Seraphim smiles. Would have blasted us already if it could. Comforting. Nia looks nervous. Seraphim brings you even closer. What I remember from the Darkside job is that the central core of the broadcast array needed to be shut off to kill these things. The core will turn off local systems, and the broadcast array will sever the link with the Conway operators. Seraphim swallows. But you can bet those systems are protected. Alright, can we blow it up? You can see any torpedoes on this rig, Sleeper? Seraphim laughs. You've got to shut it down by hand. Your attention is suddenly drawn by a shudder from the drone, like a tremor running along its length. This thing is rigged to blow, Sleeper. He frowns. We go slow and careful, and we don't touch anything we don't know about. He turns back at Nia. You hear that? I gotcha. She looks sincere. Seraphim brings the rig to a stop, close enough for you to cross through open space to reach the drone's hull. Let's suit up. You head down to the airlock to prepare it. As you get suited up, you think of the corporate war taking place in the inner system, the war that this drone was driven from. Out there on the shore of the conflict, the biggest danger is that this flotsam and jetsam drifting in with the tides and orbits of the system might one cycle bring the war with it. Well, now the belt is outside of his reach, but looking out at the red pulsing drone, that doesn't give you much comfort. Alright, let's see here. This is our first contract. While on the contract, you will be able to assign 2 die for each crew member, as you would assign your own dice. Pay attention to the crew's skill to use them effectively. On certain outcome, crew will take crew stress. Then, when their stress is full, they will no longer be able to use them in performing actions. While on a contract, your energy bar will automatically be supplied for each cycle that you have applied supplies. When your supplies are depleted, both you and your crew will take 1 stress per cycle. Contracts will have their own contract stress. When this bar is filled, the contract will fail. Good luck. The drone stress is rigged to blow. Okay, we have a couple locations. The hull damage, so the exposed drone exterior, and the access hatch, interior access. Our dice, we have 1, 5. Over here, Seraphim, we got a 2 and a 4, and he can do some skills here. Okay, it looks like we have a varied of skills. It's great that Seraphim, oh, he's like your negative skills. What I'm bad at, he's proficient at least some point. And Nia, she has whatever that is. Intuition. So I'm bad at endurance and engaging, but our friend here is good at those things. So let's see what we can click on. Let's start here with hull damage. Alright, so the broadcast access. The drone damage provides a lucky access point to the broadcast array, which will have to be disabled. We can identify a route using Intuit, or we could create an opening, which we need endurance. So we can identify the route. It might be possible to slip through the gap in the drone's damaged hull, but once inside, where to go? How to find the broadcast array? That one seems very dangerous. But we do have an Intuit Plus on that one, so it might be possible. We could create an opening. There is a gap where the drone sustains some damage. With a lot of effort, it might be possible to pry away the plates and create an entry point. This one, we only have one option there. Let's go see the access hatch. Maybe there's something I can do here. Like engineering, for example. We can... Let's see here, the control access. Getting inside the drone requires care as much as force. One-Way is highly protective of their proprietary systems. We could also we can reprogram and release. With the drone in such a reactive state, ready to fry itself in defense, it's reprogramming the hatch to open up to the crew is the best approach. Or we could try and release the hatch. The drone is in a delicate state. Any damage could cause it to trigger its self-destruct. It would take skill to release the access hatch. Right, so the ones we are proficient in, we have is a little bit more dangerous. Those other ones, if we put this one in there, that's gonna doesn't scare you, says Seraphim, when I put those dice in there. 50. I don't exactly want to. Just want to remove the dice there. If we go here, if we go like this, that'll be 100% positive. That might be the way to go. But afterwards, we will only be able to do 50-50, or then 50-50 afterwards there. Control access. I think I just need to make a choice. What are we gonna do? Are we gonna go for... Maybe I go here. I can... On mine I can do 50-50. And on her one we can do 50-50. It's also a bit trickier. Maybe I do here and then we'll try and reprogram. We do have some skill in the interface. Let's do it. I'll put 100% on this one so we can restart this one. Okay, 3 points into control access. Excellent. I think we just put guys in here. I think I put my own dice in here. Reprogram. +2 in control access. Yeah, I think we just go full on here. We can, if we need to, we can go back here, get some food. Maybe we can sleep. I'm just gonna try and reprogram it as much as I can. This one is 25% negative. I put you in there, we have 50-50. Same for you. Okay. I have to use all my actions, I think. That's one control. Come on. That's one control. Neutral outcome. During a contract, you can use your push ability once per cycle. This gives you an edge in a tricky situation. Pushing accrues 1 stress, but it will give you a key advantage based on your chosen class. You can see your current push configuration if you hold your mouse over the button on the character screen. Your push cannot be used at the hub, but when at the hub you can upgrade and configure it in your character screen. So What did we just learn? No idea where that is. A push over there. Okay, focus config. +1 stress, but +2 to the lowest dice. But -1 stress on focus die position. Positive outcome. Okay. So that would make it a 5. Okay, I'm gonna click it so I can understand it. You just gained some stress. Ah, okay, there at the top. As your stress increases, you will have a higher chance of taking damage. And I didn't read that fast enough, no. I think that could go in there, making that 6. +3 control, excellent. Okay, we could do interface skill missing. Interface skill missing. Is that a problem? It's 50-50, 50% negative. Don't like that, but let's go. Let's do it. You can do it, buddy. +1 control. Okay, yeah, you can do the same thing. You can do the same thing. 50-50. Let's roll that dice. Oh no. +1 drone stress. Oh, rig to blow. 50-50. Probably shouldn't have done this, but let's do it again. One more. Oh, come on. We just got 3 bad ones in a row. That's terrible. I think I just blew up this mission. I just blew up this mission. I shouldn't have done that. I should have just come and rested. $50-50. Sheesh. Don't like that. I just put it over here, right? Let's put them over here. Then I know it's positive. Should have just done. That. Okay. Well, living it risky. We living it risky. You hear the bleeping immediately. Among the chambers and cabling of the drone interior, something has started counting down. Guys, Nia's voice comes hissing through the suit comm channel. Does anyone else hear that? Because I'm getting nervous. Seraphine's voice joins her. This is what I was worried about. Are we in danger? Can't be sure. Seraphine has dropped his voice to a whisper, as if that might make a difference. Either this thing is about to send out the stress call or it's about to blow. I've got to shut down the system fast. He pauses. Then he move on to the other side, because I bet you there's a surprise waiting for us there too. We good? Nia sounds tense. I am heading back to the ship or what? Seraphim cuts in. We are good. We keep going. He shuts off the channel. We take a moment in the silence. Alright, time to deal with this fast. Then get over the other side before something happens. Right, control system. Oh no. Okay, what do we have here? Drone. Drone death. Disable the core, shut down the broadcast array. Once both are Done. This convoy drone won't bother anyone anymore. The drone countermeasures. The flashing red signifies some change in the array. Better not wait to find out what. Okay, and yeah, so I need intuition, we can do that. In the core, you see the drone is running in backup power. Disconnect that carefully and you'll be able to one step closer to the full shutdown. Right, Nia, you can do that for us. 100%. Start the action. Right, core +2. Need one more. I should be able to do that with a 6. Okay, action. Yeah, that's what the core is disabled. Disabling the drone's core will stop it from ever restarting, causing the export local crews more trouble. So, okay, so then do I have to go in here? Okay. I think we just use our intuition on here. Probably need to take another nap. It's 2 broadcast. If endurance, this is going to give me. I don't know if I can risk it. %. Negative. They could. Does it have to be? Does it have 5 or is it 4? I'm not sure. Well, there's only one way to find out. There's only one way to find out. 25% negative. Okay. Okay, it's not available to rest. Not available to make a meal. Then we can fit the tubes. Right, I think we just end the cycle. Okay, to use up one supply. Maybe you should have done 1, 1, 1, 1, with depending on what dice we got. Okay, but we got some good dice here. 100% identify. And this one, I think you'll get +1. Yes. Well done, yeah. Good rolls. And over here, we should be able to do 100% as well. This one should give me 100%. Nope, 50-50. 50-50, I don't like that. But we can't wait any longer here. 50-50. Let's hope 50-50 doesn't blow me up. Ooh. Okay. Broadcasting systems. Okay, we need interface. Do I have interface? I do. So this gives me a plus. that you are in the broadcast array of the drone, you'll need to shut it down fast. The simplest way is to put the entire system offline. Disabling the drone array that halt its connection to a convoy and keep them from coming to collect. I have to try it. 25% negative. Okay, +1. Okay. Give us another one, please. It's a shame that we think this one's going to be too low. 50-50. Don't know if I can spare another supply. Should we just risk it? Either we risk it and save a supply, or rest, use a supply, and then most likely make it. Let's play it safe. Keep it safe, let's play it safe. You have used all your energy and now starving. While starving, you gain 1 stress per cycle, and any energy loss occurs stress. Okay, should be fine. Drone countermeasures, that's fine. Okay, is that 6? 100%, let's do it. There we go. Disable the core and shutting down the broadcast array. The thrumming, pulsing interior of the drone goes still for the first time since you boarded it. You look across at Seraphim and Nia and share a smile. You all exhale so loudly it can be heard over the suit's shared comm channel. The drone is dead. One less piece of convoy rubbish to worry about, Nina grins. We've killed it. Don't get too excited, Seraphim cuts in. It was looking pretty rough when we got here. You make your way back out of the hull. The drone knife faintly rolling in one direction. It stabilizes offline. Leia catches up with you as you glide towards the rig. We make a pretty good crew, Sleeper. We do. Leia grins widely. She punches you on the arm playfully. You reach the rig's airlock and take one last look at the drone's dark hull. It catches the light as it rolls in the vacuum. At some point in the near future, this drone will likely be smashed into pieces by one of the many asteroids of the belt. Spread across the place as twinkling dust. The thought pleases you. As now the thought of all the cargo export now owes you. Time to go collect. Oh, thank goodness we didn't blow up. The contract is concluded. You can leave via the map. You can now travel back to the hub. Once you leave, you will not be able to return. Oh, hello there, JP. You know, I'm not beaten. I might have to revisit that beast of the... Wow, okay. Well, let's see if someone else does the meatball challenge and see if they beat your score there. Otherwise, you are in the lead. You are in the lead, sir. So, I don't think you have anything to worry about. Right, we've returned. We need to get some food and stuff, some supplies, but after docking at the export, Seraphim lets go on the controls and lean back in the chair. Leia leans over to you. Thank you, Sleeper. She stretches. I know you took a chance on me. Glad to. Nia smiles, and an infectious smile. Feels good to make a contract work, Seraphim smiles. No matter how we pulled it off. It's hard not to agree, and it feels better when the export couriers come with a lockbox of chits. Money. Lane may still be hunting you, but this should help the efforts to slip his net. Suddenly you hear a familiar voice. Nia! Femi glides into view, approaching from the docks. He fixes you with a stare. What are you playing at, Sleeper? Well, how are we gonna respond to this again? How are we gonna respond? We say she wanted to come along, then he might be angry at her. If we say back off, he might be angry at me. If we stay silent... Well, he asked me a direct question, so I'll answer a direct answer. I'll say she wanted to come with. You go to speak, but Nia drifts forward, cutting you off. Don't come through your weight, throwing your weight around, Femi. I can take my own decisions. She glances back at you. Leaper took me at my word, and I'm grateful. Femi is fuming. Did they know? Did they now? He turns to you. Well, if you are working from Sleeper, I hope they pay you well. Nia looks away. Well, I asked so. Femi smiles. Oh, so they aren't paying you. Seraphim crosses his arms. Let's keep this civil. Do you realize that this is the first time he is meeting Femi? If we are being civil, seems like Nia is owed her share. Femi fixes you with a severe look. Yeah, fair is fair. We got paid like $200, so we can give you like a third of that, I guess. That would be fair. You grab around the quarter of the chits from the lockbox and hold them out to Nia. She takes them sheepishly. Alright then, Femi smiles. We're good here. He turns to leave. Nia mouths sorry and follows Femi across the docks. Seraphim watches them go. You sure know how to pick 'em, Sleeper. He shakes his head. He turns away and heads back along the dock bridge. I hope we aren't going to end up a stack of cryo short when we need to get out of here. Well, we got like $200 on that, so we got 150. Nice. JP, you walk in the snow barefoot. Crazy. Oh no, I missed the tutorial. No. Okay. Running out of time. Running out of time. Well, maybe we need to get some food and some supplies. If we're starving, maybe let's get some food. Some engineering. Could do some engineering here. Contracts, is anything new? No. Could do some gambling. I think I'll use my dice and then we'll head over and travel over to that other quest. See, that sounds like a good idea. Let's start off with a little shift at the scrapyard. See if we can get some good stuff. We'll get some cryo. Maybe we buy some supplies. 75 to make it full. Let's do that. So that's 5, 15 each. just trying to count how much is that. 50, 25, so that's the same, right? Yeah. No discount for getting them on full or yeah, no discount unfortunately. Let's get some fuel as well. So full fuel, full supplies, and some money. Could do some gambling. That will give us 50-50. Don't like those odds. Do some freight loading. I'm not good at that. Those skill. We just buy. No, we can't. We don't have the money. Jurgens, are you off to bed? No stress, my dude. No stress. Thanks so much for joining us. Oh, good to see you. So good to see you. Well, I like it to have watching you doing the the trucking today as well. The snow runner. It's pretty good. I enjoyed it. Hopefully you had a nice day, nice relaxed day. And yeah, have a good week. Don't work too hard. But I heard another thing the other day. It's like do good things to others, but don't forget to think about yourself. And on that note, I'll see you. Cheerio, Julian. I think let's do another scrapyard shift here. Let's give me a little bit of money. And then, unless we can maybe sleep or... What is a beans fry? So this one we can see. Can we? Don't want to click it obviously, but that one gives you 4. And that one's like half the price. Maybe that gives you like 2 energy. So maybe. All that we can carry. I think we just go for it. Oh, there's the tubes. Yeah, we need... I think we're just gonna keep it on odd jobs for now, because we have the other ones full. And then we're gonna go onto the map. We're gonna go here. The Solheim HS-22. We will select Junie, and we will take Seraphim. Okay, travel. The Solheim derelict fills the cockpit window. All twisted plates and skillful strut work. You watched in horror and fascination as Seraphim completed the approach, both of you silent in the presence of this decaying beast. Now, as you settle beside it, Seraphim is the first to break the silence. This thing is already dead. He shakes his head. It's a corpse sleeper. He nudges the ship closer, looking for a place to dock. I touch this thing too hard, it'll crumble to dust. Let's not do that. Seraphim does a little mock salute. Aye aye. He rolls his eyes. Any other tips? Take us up there. That's the bridge, says Uni. Uni points one end of the ship, and both of you and Seraphim turn around. Having forgotten she was even in the cockpit, he hasn't said a word since your departure. She glanced at both of you, bemused faces, What? He looks away. Sorry, that's where we need to go. He stops pointing. Seraphim nods towards Junie. He's not wrong, Sleeper. The bridge would be a good start. To the bridge then. Seraphim nods and brings the ship under control. Let's do it. Seraphim takes control of the ship, avoiding the debris field closer to the center of the wreck. He settles in position near the protrusion at the far end. This is as far as I'll go. Seraphim taps at the anchoring control. We should be able to anchor the ship on those plates. You hear Junie begin to protest from behind you, but it's too late. Seraphim fires two Titan-tipped anchor lines at the nearest solid hull plates. Titans slam into the plates, and despite their solid appearance, they instantly shatter. The fragments spin out across the wreck, slicing other plates and bowlings, a spiraling storm of debris. Oh no. Seraphim nudges the ship back and steadies it as the debris cascades across the surface of the wreck. The damage seems mostly superficial, but underlies just how fragile and derelict it is. Let's not do that again. Junie glances between the two of you. The data core will be very fragile. We've got it, Seraphim snaps. He angrily unclips from his seat. Last thing I need is a backseat driver. He kicks off and glides past her into the corridor. Let's go, I say. Junie nods sheepishly. Of course. You follow Seraphim down the passage with Junie close behind. As you reach the airlock, he is already angrily suiting up, his frustration evident. I'm gonna stay silent. The rest of the preparation process takes place in tense silence, each of you considering the delicate job ahead. You suit up too, though you don't need a helmet to breathe. You slide one on and lock the seals for protection. This wreck isn't going to give up its salvage easily. The core should be near the bridge, maybe even inside, but there's a lot of wreckage here, and there might be good salvage tucked away in the cargo hold. Once the suits are on and the seals are checked, you cycle the lock and stare out of the vast expanse of the twisted hull husk before you. Time to go to work. Okay, excellent. Let's see what we got here. Oh, we're already on 2 points. And I'm assuming it's going to do bad things when we stress it past these 3 points here. So let's not stress too much if we can avoid it. Let's see what objects or what things we can do. Right, we have the bridge entry. The airlock on the derelict is rusted shut. Opening it up is necessary to enter and investigate the wreck's bridge. We can use force and lock dissection. This will take longer, but cutting away the lock layer by layer is the safest way to make it through. Okay, that's good for us. We have good dice for engineering, so that's good. That will be 100%. And we can force the lock using engaging tactics. We have something there. We can forget being delicate. The lock is running on the contract. Forcing the lock is the fastest way to gain entry. And then over here we have the cargo entry, which is also cool, a good idea. I think we need to go in here. Okay, we can clear the cargo doors, or we can find an access point using intuition. We don't really have intuition. There are layers and layers of broken hull plates blocking the cargo doors, and this will require some heavy work. And find some access points, and there has to be a way in amongst the shattered hull. Searching will be slow, but at least the derrick will remain stable. Okay, maybe we start over here while we have some good dice, because this is going to be 100%, so let's disengage the lock. Okay, let's do another one. Excellent, almost halfway. Engineering, so for me this will be 50-50. Positive and neutral. Neutral is fine. I can deal with neutral. And here we have force lock. Can probably use our friend. Positive and neutral, but this is dangerous, so maybe we try to find an access with some intuition. We don't have really good dice for the rest of the things. We only have good dice for maybe here. 50 neutral. It's dangerous though. I don't want to fail this one. But this is the best dice we have, so let's use it. Clear the cargo doors. Got some stress. But we did get some entryway here. So a set of them, if you can see behind my face, he does have a little bit of stress, but it shouldn't be a problem. Still early days. JP, it's coming up my snow walk in my winter slushy land. Oh, are you walking? Are you walking in the snow? Hey, JP. Okay, 1 dot dice we have for Seraphim. Not very useful. Engineering would be our best bet. There's 25% for negativity. But I think that's the best thing to do with our dice. Some stress for me, but nothing else, so I'll do another one. It's only 25% to be negative. There we go. Bridge entry is a 1 away. 1 away for the bridge entry. Surely we can either force the lock or we need engineering, but we don't have engineering skill. That's the best we can do. 25% negative. Let's try it. There we go. Bridge entry. Excellent. What do you, JP? Only a moment to show how to get used to the cold. Oh, the feet. Oh, you were walking with your feet in the snow. Yo, I don't know about that. No, I've done like those cold showers and stuff before, but I've not done like an ice bath. I'm not one for cold. I like the cold, but not cold. My hands get like pain when they're cold. That is the worst part for me. My hands get so cold sometimes. Even here in South Africa, where it doesn't even get cold really, right? It doesn't get like snowy cold, but my hands are still like dying of the cold. Maybe it's like I don't have proper circulation in my hands or something, but it hurts me. Alright, let's see. Now we've opened the bridge of the derelict lies silent. The pale beams of the suit lamps catch rows of terminals and clouds of glittering dust. Wires wake like seaweed, and the whole scene appears as if underwater. Chaotic but still. Junie glides past you, disturbing the dust and taking you by surprise as she does. She has been a stoic presence so far, but in this moment she seems drawn towards by some force of curiosity. You watch as she bats away debris and begins checking terminals. I guess let's leave her to her work. She's already prying an access panel off one of the more intact-looking terminals, and as she does, puffs of rust color the vacuum around her red. Let's approach. She turns back to the terminal and finishes prying off the plate. Then quickly, she reaches inside, fishing around for something. Her hand comes back out with a waving cable coupled with a thick connector. As soon as she sees it, she slips a keyboard-sized deck from somewhere on her person. She runs her hands across the back until she finds the right port and slot in the connector. All of this happens in a few seconds. The routine, practiced and precise. It is hard not to be impressed. This is not your first Solheim ship. She glances at you, a nervous look on her face. She does think you are accusing her of something. She shakes her head and goes back to her work. Junie's fingers dance across the deck's keyboard, and a burst of static lights up at the Solheim terminal screen. The sudden burst of light and color takes you by surprise. Junie's fingers taps away. The terminal screen flashes with blocks of color and lines of code. It buzzes and vibrates. Its long-dead systems forces back into chaotic life. And then, all at once, it goes dark. The terminal is dead. Uh-oh. Junie hisses beneath her breath. Useless. You cannot tell if the insult is directed at the terminal or herself. Don't worry, there'll be plenty more. She looks up at you, a confused expression on her face, and then scans around the bridge. I suppose, she pauses, but even from here, I can see most of them are less than scrap. The cradle with the data core can't be far. She pushes off from the terminal, gliding away from you. I'll start looking. She pulls back and heads to the other side of the bridge. Seraphim glides up beside you. Everything alright? What do you think of this Junie? The kid? Seraphim shrugs. You'd know better than me. Keeps to herself. He squints at her retreating form. Seraphim stretches in his suit. I have to admit, it's nice to be back working, especially now that we are the ones who will reap the benefits. He clamps you on the shoulder. Feels good to be taking our fate into our own hands. I know it's pretty rough there, back on Hexport. And out here, we're just as likely to get shredded by debris as finding the damn data core. But aren't you glad we made a break for it? He pauses and looks around, having asked the question almost by accident. I mean, I am. I just don't want to speak for you. I'm glad to. Seraphim smiles. You better be. I'd give you up that little dark side commode I was living in for nothing. He laughs at his own joke. Look, Seraphim checks his suit wrist seals. Once we've got a bit of space behind us, once we've gone the distance, if we even manage to get that far, he furrows his brow. Don't feel you owe me. I am no charity case. You want us to go our separate ways? Fine by me. He meets your eyes. Just do me a favor, telling me to my face. That won't happen. Seraphim nods, but doesn't respond. After a moment, he shines his torch out into the dark, checking the rows of terminals all across the bridge. You watch the glittering dust as it eddies in the beam. Seraphim sighs. Let's get to it. You watch as he crosses the bridge, his torch probing the dark corners. You feel a chill run through your body as you imagine the people that once ran the ship, the Solheim crew, surely long dead. What was it like here before the collapse, when the system was the jewel of the Solheim crown? It's impossible to know. The history is lost to, you know. All you can do is pick what you can from the ruins. Right, we're inside the data core location. The bridge and the data core must be connected, but in the wreck as big as this, tracing the connection is a challenge. We can reboot the system. We'll need interface, which Junie can do, and track some pathways, which Seraphim can do. Okay, so we have a dice here. Maybe this one is good. 50-50, positive and neutral. That's a good start, I think. Data core location +2. Excellent. And I still want to finish on this side as well. The cargo entry. Don't have any dice that are pretty good. I only have this one dice over here. So let us take a rest and the cycle. At least we brought some more supplies on this run. Alright, not too shabby dice rolls there. Not too shabby on Seraphim. 503. Junie, not so great. Well, let's use these ones that we need to do first, I think. This one seems dangerous, but at 50% I might give it a shot. +2, excellent. No big deal, says Seraphim. If we do put in this one, what do we get? Not great results. Endurance. Oops. I might have to use my intuition over here. See what we can find. There we go. +2. I found a new location, the cargo storage. Countless vast bays extend from here, deep into the derelict. Scans and mapping each one will allow you to navigate them safely. And the scrap survey. This end of the derelict is partially intact. You can survey it. Perhaps you can find something valuable scrap among the decay. Fortunately, we only have the 2 dice, which will go to 3 dot dice. And interface, we can keep a 4 dice, or we can use a 6 dice. this will keep... None of these are any good. None of these dice are any good. It's up barefoot in the slushy snow, say JP. 0 degrees Celsius for me. Icy trees. Yeah, no, that's pretty cold. Yeah, no. Normally, where I grew up, in the little town that I grew up, we used to, like, the coldest was like 4 degrees Celsius. But I remember one year we're driving to school, and on the way we have like we go past like a golf course, and there's a little dip that goes past there. And as soon as we went through the dip, our vehicle, our Golf, it made like a notification with like a snowflake that popped up, and it says like -4 degrees Celsius. So that's like the coldest I think I've ever seen it near me. But having that all the time, that's a little rough. Okay, I think I want to map the bays. Interface is going to get me 25% negative. Let's try. I don't like it. Okay, +1. No problem there, Dragon. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Always good to have the fiery dragon when you need it. Maybe go below those warm breath on JP's feet. I think he's gonna need it. I think I might have to put the 100% in here. Okay, and then we'll use the last one here. Even though it's 25%, we will risk it. Gives us 2 stress. Let's try this. Okay, perfect. Okay, well then. A new location. Oh yeah, we have raw scrap. We need endurance. But it is dangerous. It is dangerous, but let's give it a shot. Come on, Stefan. Deadly. The contract stress has triggered a crisis. The crisis will add a contract stress to a cycle unless resolved. Hull breach. Oh no. What have I done? We have an emergency. We need to seal it up. The dedicated hull is falling apart. If this breach isn't sealed and fast, the entire wreck will collapse. Oh, I will add 1 crisis per cycle. Wow. I don't have any dice. Ish. I shouldn't have tried. I shouldn't have done that. We're in danger. You've taken damage to a dice because of stress. Your dice are rolled at the start of the cycle, and the stress dictates you take damage or not. The higher stress means higher chance of damage. The white marker above the stress bar, which number will damage the dice when rolled. Each dice has 3 dice health. When the dice is depleted, the dice will break, and you must prepare to be used normally. Okay, that's our stress. And when the hub can reduce stress, okay. Typically broken dice cannot be used, however, on a safe difficulty case they can. if you have many broken dice and feel stuck, considering switching to safe. Okay, it's a bit odd, but okay. Endurance. What? We're gonna just have to. Oh, that's not good. Oh wow, it's not good at all. It's terrible. 25% for negative effects. Hopefully we don't get. Oh my god, we get stressed out. That's not good. How are we gonna break? How are we gonna get through here? Oh my goodness, we're on serious trouble now. I think we just gotta get through here. Let's reboot it. Reboot the system. Quickly. Reboot the system. %, risky, but we don't have no choice. +2, excellent. And 50-50. That's too risky. Okay, start this one. Come on, +2, +2, +2. They're like stress and stress for you. Oh my goodness. A purge. We have 2 crosses active. We have 1, 2, 3 turns, and then we're done. This is not good. It's not good at all. We're in trouble. I think I'm gonna lose. JP, you told I was close to Canada, and my feet are fine. I do drink milk and think it's blood. I don't know about that, JP. Okay, got a dice. Come on, +2, please. Okay, perfect. New location, data core cradle. Isolated core, sliced core, data extraction, data core damage. Pluses and minuses, oh my goodness. Okay, so the data core extraction, the core sits in a complex cradle made of many connections. Getting it out intact is a delicate act. The core is barely intact. Any mistake, no matter how small, could render it inoperable, making the contract null and void. Well, let's use our engineering and let's slice the core. One way getting the fragile core is as clean cut as I could have hoped for. Okay, excellent. Need to do some more of that. 50-50. 1 damage, but 1 extraction. This one is going to be 25% negative. What if we use interface 25 negative? She's rolling such bad dice. She's rolling so poorly the dice. We can use. Okay, maybe I just go straight. 100%. Extract some scrap. Maybe we can get something good out of this. 1 raw scrap. Okay, that's good. That is good at least. I think think I'll isolate the core from here on in. Okay, good. 1 plus 1. 25% negative. Come on, we can do fine. Yes, plus 1. 50-50. That is horrid. Over here we have... Okay, I can risk it. I can risk it 25%. Plus 2! Thank you! 50-50 on this one. Come on, 50-50. 50-50. No! Not good. This guy. 50-50. Come on. 50-50, buddy. Damn. Don't have any more dice. I gotta rest. Did we get too much? No. I thought we still had another chance at least. There is a horrifying lurch. You are sent spinning through the bay and we're crossing in the hail of debris. You watch as the side of the bay suddenly tears open in front of you. A gaping black maw, 2 of the flying debris. You stare into it. You breathe heavy in your ears, your eyes wide. Suddenly you feel the tug on your back. You tether. As you spin back from the sudden arrest of your glide, you Seraphim holding onto the other end, reeling you towards him. You have to go, sleeper. His voice comes urgently over the comms channel. This place is done. You both make your way through the spitting derelict in silence, charting a path through what were once passages that are now twisted tubes like the intestinal tracts of some dead creature. Eventually you make out of the surface and find the rig still tethered, but gashed with debris and tars. You and Seraphim exchange concerned glances. You were going to pay for this. He looks over the damage. Let's hope she still flies. You tether together and push off from the hull, Seraphim guiding you through the debris. Below you, the derelict is exploding in slow motion, tearing apart into a swarm of razor-edged shards. All this and no core, Seraphim fumes. Now the rig's torn up too. You don't have much to offer in answer. He's right. It seems the job was a disaster. You just hope it's terminal. It's gone. Junie's voice comes through faintly over the comms. She must already be on the ship. The whole ship is falling apart. No? Seraphim answers back. The contract is a bust. Not a waste, Junie says quietly. And then the channel clicks off. You arrive at the rig's air dock and bundle yourself inside, noticing the exterior damage as it looks mostly superficial, but it will no doubt take its toll on the ship. Once you are back in the cockpit, you look out of the derelict shattered form. It seems you will be its last visitor. Oh, so we just... okay, that's unlucky. So we can't do anything except... maybe... okay, so if we get there, we have to pick something, otherwise we get 3 and then we just lose. That is... that's a little rough. Because we get to this point and then we get 1 pep extra. And then we get to this point and we get 2 extra. And then we just 1 away and then we get... it's a little rough. Yeah, next time definitely not having try not to get damaged at all would be the call. And then obviously while I lose, I roll perfect sixes. Now how are we gonna get money? How are we gonna get money? As you arrive into export, Junie speaks up from the back of the cockpit. I need to speak to you both. On the journey back, you notice the chains in Junie hardening, and now she seems very different from the nervous hacker you just brought with you. I know we failed to extract the core, Junie sighs, but I wanted to be honest with you about why I came with. I don't work for Karsten, perhaps it was obvious, and I didn't want to bring him the core. You instead of him exchanges glances. Oh, you lied to us. Yes, she looks away. I know I shouldn't have done that, but I had explained on export. Would you have taken me? I wanted a chance to show my worth before I came to you. Do you know how many of those cores were left intact? Junie suddenly looks gripped by emotion. Like it or not, we live in Solheim's shadow, in their ruin, and yet we know almost nothing. What chances do we have of understanding how we got here when others like them, like Senetstat and Conway, are descending on the system? The station and most of their inhabitants of the belt are built on Solheim Foundation. She frowns, yet we are too busy scavenging them to take the time to look for answers. Men like Karsten want nothing but the raw materials of cores like the one we lost. She shakes her head. We can do better. We could learn our history and how the system was settled. We could better learn the technology we built our lives on. We could uncover Solheim's crimes and seek to make amends. If it meets your eyes, we could see beyond survival towards something else. You've never heard Jimmy speak like this, and you realize that you have taken for nervousness was actually control. This, the person in front of you, mourning a data core, is the real Junie. Not that it matters. She glances it away. It's all lost now. Keep your honesty, Seraphim cuts in. It's worthless to us. He completes the landing protocols and begins shutting the rig's engine off. We don't have time for confessions. Junie looks crestfallen. Austin won't come for you if that's what you're worried about. He's ignorant and stubborn, but he isn't vengeful. That's not what we're worried about. Seraphim gives her a pointed look. Hello there, Connie. How you doing? JP did before all the barefoots in the snow. Oh, cool. You're still up there? Oh my goodness. He's out there in the snow. Oh man, oh, what a painful mission we just had here as well. We got stressed out, our dice got damaged, we lost supplies. Only thing good that came out, we got some scrap, which is sellable, but... Well, are we gonna tell people? I think we'll just stay silent on this topic. And then say, look, Seraphim glances at you and then Junie. We are on the run from someone indefinitely more intimidating than Karsten. But we need that core to trade for the feed lines that we're going to take us out of their reach. Junie nods along, her eyes darting back and forth, as if trying to calculate something in her mind. Seraphim turns to you. If you have any bright ideas on how to get these feed lines, now would be the time, Sleeper. There's another way, Junior interrupts. I could help you steal the feed lines. She stares at both of you with determination. We could do it together. Edison looks at you with raised eyebrows. It seems he is noticing the change in Junie too. Marston is an idiot. I can hack his security and you can pull them out of there. She looks at Seraphim. You seem tough, though. She shrugs. You can do it. Seriously? Junie gives you the kind of withering expression you would have through her capable and several cycles ago. Seriously. Junie looks between the two of you. Export hasn't exactly been kind to me. You two trust me, even though I didn't deserve it. I am not used to that, and I want to repay it. Not to mention that Constant is probably ripping you off, even if you get enough cryo. What's to say he won't raise the price? Trust me, he's no good. I was trying to deal with Carson to get those derelict coordinates from the moment I arrived here, and he ran me in circles. She shakes her head. Seraphim is watching her closely. Even if I do take you at your word, which, given everything, seems a little tough, how do we even do this? He raises an eyebrow. You are telling me that we just drift in there and take the feed lines? Look, I get you. You don't trust me. He pauses. But what if we vested interest in this working out? There's nothing left for me here. I don't much feel like hanging around waiting for Carson to figure out my involvement in all this. I need a safe passage. You need the feed lines to grant it. She allows herself to smile. I see where I'm going with this. I'm not so sure about thievery. Fair, Junie nods. Look, let me prepare. I'll head to Factory Row, scope out the place, meet me there, and we can work out a plan. She glances between the two of you. Trust me, we can find a way. We'll keep it simple, clean. Still seems risky. Look, Sleeper, I'm not going to hang around with you two. That's not going to be a good look. So I'll let myself get up in the empty bay. And if you want to make this happen, you meet me there. You get cold feet, she shrugs. Then good luck finding another way to get those feed lines. Union eclipse from her seat, floating. I want to show you I can be trusted. That we can do things. She looks between the two of you. Believe that, please. And with that, she slips away down the passage towards the airlock, export beyond. You look at Seraphim. I am saying nothing, Sleeper. He unclips from his seat too. Either this is the kind of mess you have to go through to get out the other side, or it's the kind that you never escape. Either way, we are in it now. He leaves the cockpit. You stare at the chaotic lights of export and wonder if anything in the Starward Belt even runs smoothly. Oh my, we don't have much time. We don't have much time to get out of here. It does look like a difficult aim. We were unlucky a little bit. We had some dice rolls. We could have mitigated. I should have probably just saved the dice for the main objective. I didn't realize we're gonna just immediately lose. See, I thought we still had more time. Otherwise, I would have made a different decision. Try to maybe slow down, or probably not have been so reckless in the beginning. But now we know for the future. Makes it interesting at least. Keeps the tensions high. But goodness, maybe I can just quickly see if I can sell these raw scrap. We'll put the scrap there, let's sell it. 16. It's not terrible, but it's not 400. Even if we use all the dice, that's 5 dice, and we get all the good stuff to happen with us, that's like 12. And this one, oops, check that one out. I mean, this one is gonna give you like 15 or something, so if we're lucky. Let's see what we need to do here. Hack security or observe targets. Okay, Karsten's cracked. To steal the feed lines, you'll need to get into Karsten's security system and plan out an angle of attack. Leave Junie to the hacking, and covertly observing Karsten will be the quickest and riskiest way to scrub up the security. Or we could hack security. Junie needs help to create a black door into the Karsten security system, so she can deactivate them when the time is right. We need interface. We have a little bit. We have some points. We do have 2 points. I might want to put them to 1. +1 to affected dice. Let's do it. Okay, we have an upgrade finally. The best we can do is risky. Okay, I think we maybe just use that somewhere else. We don't have any other jobs. 50-50. Let's just get some scrap. Get some money. Only 10. Ugh. The rest of my rolls are so bad. Wow. Do some gambling. Gambling is gonna be 50% bad, 50% neutral. That's not even positive. At least this one only has 25% negative. At least it has some positive in it. Minus energy. Let's do one more. Losing energy is okay. Getting some money at least. Let us buy. Gotta buy all the fuel. And we gotta buy supplies. Can we sleep? Rest and recover, please. Recovery failed. So here we can use 15 bucks. So how much is a So, yeah, it's $15. So it's better just to eat at the canteen for 13. Or I might try this one. I haven't tried this one. 7. Let's buy that. Plus 2 energy. Excellent. Excellent. Let's try rest once more and see if it does anything. Doubt it's gonna do something with this low dose. Nothing. Okay, let's rest. Hopefully we get some arcade dice. Not bad. But we gotta make it quick. We gotta make it quick. Interface. Let's go, interface. Come on, plus 2 please. Plus 2, excellent. Let's crack it. Come on, plus 2 please. Plus 1. Oh, I don't need the negatives, please. There we go. Okay, the sound of the fist on a keyboard wakes you from the scrolling code of the terminal screen. You turn to Junie, a rare half smile on her face as she floats cross-legged with her neck on the lap. The blue light snaps on screen makes her eyes glint with a glittering excitement. I got him. She shoots you a look. Austin's whole system is mine. You push away from the terminal to glide over to her screen. Running the mapping protocol now. I want to know about every little dusty corner of the network. Nice work. Hold on, we aren't there yet. It's coming up now. Seems Constant is pretty paranoid. His whole system is iced over with some serious security. She frowns. What are all these layers of? A red pulse flashes across her face, changing her features as it does. Dookie dookie dookie. Her fingers dance across the keyboard. Something is closing the ports we need. Another red flash on her screen goes blank. Junie's foot hit the keyboard again harder. We've been kicked out. She is rapidly shaking her head. There's no way a salvager shop would have some kind of countermeasure. She looks around, or she looks troubled. Maybe you picked in the wrong corner. She looked at you. It seems so. I think our friend Constant is involved in some nasty stuff. She rubs her forehead. Wait, her fingers fly across the keyboard. The screen flickering with commands. Complex code graph assembles on the screen, a mess of interlocking connections. The mapping protocol did enough. He points to the screen, and the security system are there. She indicates a dark section of broken connections. We didn't get what's there, but it seems like we found some kind of archive. Nothing we want. I wonder what's there. Junie shrugs. Some big data thralls. It looks like copies of old drives we found. Could just be a load of data left over from salvage jobs that he thinks is worth something. She smiles. He's a meathead with no eye for data, so it's probably a load of debug logs he thinks are Solheim secrets. She giggles at the idea. Junie pulls a thumbnail drive out of one of her many pockets and slots it into the neck. Time to train my cat. Identify the program. Let's go. Check passed. Whew. You watch the code spilling across the screen and notice the addresses from the code map being marked and logged. It appears to be some kind of exploratory program, a ripper worm perhaps. But why would Judy want the data from Carson's network? You glance at Judy and notice she is watching you carefully. I can see you following along, but trust me, you haven't seen one of these before. It's a cat zinjammer, cat for short. Basically, it takes a network map, find the weaknesses, and when you hook up to it, blast the network with so much network noise and raw data that it becomes unusable. She smiles to herself, and any tech connected gets a killer headache. I built it to take the remnants of Solheim security system out of commission, and oh derelict, she squints. I had one too many close calls. Okay, and what will it do to the shop? Pretty much fry anything on our map. Cameras, shutter controls, alarm, it'll be pure chaos. She plucks the terminal drive out of the deck and hands it over. The cat head sticker on it catching the light as you turn it in your fingers. We've still lost access, of course. Junie turns back to the screen, bringing up another node map. But there's an old Solheim port from the renewal factory just outside Carson's. Plot the cat in there and it should be able to find the back door. What are we waiting for? Nothing, but she looks away. This isn't going to be quiet. She squints. This whole system is going to get data blasted. It's not a subtle hack. When you slot the cat, you get in, grab the feed lines and run. Sounds like one hell of a risk. Seraphin's voice catches you both by surprise as he slips into the dark and empty unit. Well, Judy pauses, looking between the two of you. It's our best, our only option. Seraphim narrows his eyes. And where will you be while we run the gauntlet of grabble security and make the grab? Judy looks away. I can monitor how it goes down remotely from here or the ship. Seraphim gives you the look. Junie, you can tell her she is finding it hard to trust Junie for everything. Let's trust her. She smiles a thin smile. Thanks. She starts to pack up the deck, but I'll find somewhere else to work from. Close to the ship, but out of your way. Junie shoulders her bag and glides to the door. When you are ready, hold the cap and go. By the time you're back at the ship, I'll be there. She glances down. Don't leave me without me. She shoots Seraphim another look and then slips out of the unit. Seraphim watches her go, then turns to you. The whole of Export is going to hear about this, he shakes his head. We better be ready to go at the moment you slot that thing. This is what we have to do. Seems like it. I'll be at the ship preparing the engine. We need to be ready to put the lines as fast as we can, as fast as possibly can. He meets your eyes, be careful, and don't stop for anyone or anything. He puts a hand on your shoulder, and don't even think about looking back. With that, he slips out of the unit, leaving you alone to consider what comes next. Well, we don't have time. Well, we can't buy it, so I'm gonna use the jammer. Junie's cat will overwhelm Cornerstone security, but you don't know how long for. You better be ready to grab the feed lines and run the moment you slot it in. Row, chaotic manufacturing center. Carsten's place is locked up for the cycle, shutting down alarms on and denizens of Factory Row snaking past with deliveries and work orders. You hold your position opposite the shop and take a deep breath, waiting for the sign that this is going to work. You look at the thumbnail drive with its shimmering cat sticker sticking out of the old Solheim access port. You imagine the flow of data as the custom jammer seeks for an entry point into Carsten's system. You think of Junie, tucked away near the ship, watching you through the public networks. You think of Seraphim deep in the engine room of the rig. Hurry the hell up, you think. Enough waiting. Then you hear it. A pulsating white noise, sputtering and then screaming out of the Carsten shop. The shuttering scissors, and down the light courses, the alarm gurgles in confusion. For a moment, you are stunned into silence. People stop in the street and turn to look as the shuttering motors burn out in the cascade of sparks and acid smoke. Now or never. I can only try and approach carefully. The other one is too risky. Come on, positive. Neutral, okay. You skirt around the people watching, using them as a perimeter. They are pointing and talking, some of them laughing, while others look concerned. You confidently push past them and glide inside, without looking back. It takes you a moment to gather yourself in the chaos of the shop. The wall-mounted screens scream out white noise, and the flickering lights make it hard to concentrate, but you keep your focus. You scramble over the feed lines in the window, grabbing the bundle with both arms. They wave wildly in your grasp as you wrench them away and kick off from the counter, gliding back out of the passage. Your aching glide takes you into the crowd. You steer yourself through the gap in the gathering bodies and kick off hard towards the port. The felines wave wildly, but you grip them hard to your chest and don't look back. Seraphim better be ready. Hello there, sweet pie! Oh, we have some chaos happening over here. I hope you're ready for some excitement. How are you doing? Happy to see you play this. So excited to see how the new one is. Okay. I never played the first one, unfortunately, but I'm very intrigued to go back over this one. I'm having a blast reading through here. Unfortunately, we had some bad luck on a run. Let me catch you up quickly. Hopefully you don't mind some spoilers, but in this one you wake up and you don't remember anything and you are on the run. And you break out from someone that had you captured. So you're basically your old boss that forced you to do work for him. And now you're on the run. Currently, we came back from a mission that we failed. And we were trying to use a core and then we could trade for some cables. And unfortunately, we couldn't get that core. So the only option was for us to steal the cables. And now we're on the run. Now we gotta get back to the ship and bolt out of here. We got some money, we got some fuel, and we got some supplies. And we got the fuel lines, so let's get out of here. Your arms ache from clutching the feed lines, but you don't lose your grip until you see the entrance of the docking bridge. Sleeper, you almost ignore the call until you recognize the voice. Junie glides out to meet you, a hand on your shoulder, guiding you towards the bridge. I'm with you now. She shoots you a glance. What a show, huh? She laughs nervously. It was certainly loud, I answer. He smiles a little. I wish I could have seen the cat in action. You both glide down the docking bridge. Junie helps you with the trailing feed lines. From what you can tell, news of the chaos in the factory row has now reached the port yet. You feel a flush of excitement as you enter the ship airlock. This is it. You did it. You try to keep focus, but the elation makes your hands tremble. You take a sharp turn in the central passage of the ship and make your way to the engine room. The feed lines now unwieldy in the crumpled space. Seraphim is waiting for you, shaking his head. Looks like we're in business. He lets out a sigh, and on the run from two different people now, he grabs the feed lines. I'll take it from here. He quickly begins the process of connecting the engine to the subsidiary fuel tank. You watch, catching your breath as he works. How about you make yourself useful, rather than just make me nervous? Seraphim says without looking up from his work. Go close the air dock and disconnect the bridge. You and Uni glance at each other. Both of you now, Seraphim calls. The two of you turns and make your way to the passage, your nerves settling now. You arrive at the airlock and reach for the control panel. Then you see him, Austin, coming up the dock bridge and fast. Oh no, what do we do? What do we do? We can try and close the airlock. There's 25% chance. There's 25% chance that this will just like fail or something bad's gonna happen. Or we could try to negotiate with him. Oh no, indeed, Swing by. Oh no. A star smuggler. Oh no, indeed. I don't like the risk. I can tell him to stop. This is our only options, yes. I'm gonna tell him to stop. You call out, and Constant just laughs in response. Not a chance. He slams into you with some force, sending you spinning into the metal wall behind. You jerk in pain as you hit it, and you lose your sense of direction. Constant's heavy hands grab your neck and wrench you towards his face. Sneaky little dookie. You think you didn't know whose it was when I saw what was taken? His breath as hot in your face. I thought you sleepers were supposed to be smart. Before he can respond, he jerks back in pain, a tide of blood rolling from his forehead. Junie swings again, the pipe catching him in the chest and sends him spinning towards the door. You watch stunned as she inputs the closure sequence with trembling hands, and the doors hiss closed, obscuring Carsten's floating body from view. She's breathing hard and doesn't look up. The pipe drifts from her hands, spinning gently into the air. Oh my. Thank you. Junie looks back at you and opens her mouth, as if to speak. Her eyes are wild. Seraphim rushes past, gliding up the passageway from the engine room. Come on, get yourselves strapped in. You and Junie silently following him, your head spinning, your thoughts racing. You slip into a seat as Seraphim punches in the departure sequence. The rig begins to pull away from export. Seraphim's hands on the controls. You close your eyes and feel the force of the thrusters firing. Alright, we got out of here. Oh my. Oh my indeed. Oh my. Feels like we're like on the edge of this, like being totally squished every time we do something. Which is great. Which is great. Okay, Seraphim, what are you saying here? What the? Seraphim's quiet question interrupts your thoughts as the rig cuts through the belt. Export is now behind you, drifting out of visual range. Its glinting lights now just part of the background, glowing of the belt's thousands of reflective bodies. Whatever trouble you stirred up there, it has surely been left behind. Which is why Seraphim's muttering is worrying you. More trouble, I ask. Seraphim turns. There's a transmission coming from Hexport. Some kind of evac order. He turns back to his console. Let me check this. Sleeper. The voice is distorted as it is cuts through you. Lane. That's the guy that was chasing us, Wimpa. I know you are there. Hexing pause. Is that coming from? I don't think I'm going to say anything. I'm getting a wide channel broadcast. He rubs his shoulder nervously. They are warning people to alter their course away from the station. You are slipping away. A squawk of noise, but we can't have that. I take this personally, Sleeper. A sharp intake of breath. After my investment, all my care expended upon you, this is how you repay me. At least we're heading away, Seraphim interrupts. Maybe it's just a precaution. I see a little something glinting out of here. Lane continues. Could that be you? Sleeper, you have the Seraphim calling, but you don't move. You don't breathe. All you hear is Lane's voice. You unclip from the restraint, drifting towards Seraphim. He gives you a wild look. Something isn't right. You don't feel right. A numbness grows in your body, your fingers flexing without your input. You reach out towards Seraphim. No, not you. Something reaches out to Seraphim through you. Tension flickers in his eyes. Fear. A hissing silence. Then a rumbling blast. All at once, the rig screams, systems seizing in electromagnetic paralysis. All at once, the rig shifts, carries on some shockwave of light, pain, then darkness. Well now, that was exciting. I wonder where we ended up. The Yakuza. He's kind of like has some scaly business going on there. So epic at the edge of your seat. Yeah, this is pretty intense. Pretty intense. Alright, we're in the unknown. Voices echoes warmly through your mind. You can't quite make out what's being said, and your attempt to focus causes a growing flare of pain, so you let them fill the air, unidentifiable and soft. You are floating, and so you cannot yet feel your body or its weight. The feeling it's pleasant smoothing, and yet the moment you realize this, it begins to fade. Something spams in your fingers, and you flick it away. Sensation crossed the sole of your foot, and you kick your leg. A weight settles itself in your chest. It's spicy, Swimper. Yeah. You got any skills, by the way? How deep are you in the game? Well, we just started today. I'll show you what kind of skills we got when we have the opportunity to. Let's continue here quickly and see where we end up. You are awake. You open your eyes to light playing across the surface, patterned with strained cushioning. You are alone. The voice is replaced by the hum of an air cycling, a distant clank of maintenance systems. You are alone, and this is not your ship. You jerk upwards against the strap that holds you loosely to the berth. Suddenly confronted with the last thing you remember, an overwhelming numbness, and below it, insipid, animating force creeping through your mind. You pull at the straps and free yourself, floating into the small habitation room, cushioned and warm, your mind racing. Where is this? You glance around, taking in the small room with its knickknacks tucked behind a webbing, its stained and worn storage units, its faded padding. This is someone's home. Cold lights fill the room, and you'll float over to the dark square of the window. You see stars, the bright pinpricks of drive trails, and skeletal docking bridges. This is a station. A sudden hiss draws your attention to the door, which slides open with a puff of equalizing pressure. This entry figure jumps as they see you awake. You're up. They hesitate in the doorway. I ask, where is Seraphim? Your friend, right? They laugh nervously. I am not sure. He headed out a while ago. I am Bliss. They shrug. Not sure of what to add. Your crew are out, sorry. They brought you here. Yeah? Right. They nod slowly. This is my room. They glance around. Not much, I know. We are in my repair bay, on the far spindle, if you know where that is. How did I get here? They look around at the room again. Come on, let's go somewhere a little more comfortable. They hold out the hand. You're safe now, don't worry. You follow them out onto the corridor, gliding behind them. They move with an ease of someone who was either born in 0G or has spent most of their life in it. They guide you to an enclosed balcony where heavy scratches, thick acrylic windows look out into the chaotic wet dock. At the center of the dock is the rig, scratched and worn, but still your ship is a reassurable sight. Is she okay? She will be when I'm done with her. Bliss sees you staring at the rig. Took some damage, but she's a hardy old thing. Your ship, Bliss bosses. You were lucky. I heard your distress signal. You sensed they were holding something back. I guess that expensive long-range array I was tricked into buying finally paid off. They laugh to themselves. Well, at least for someone. You were out cold when I got there. I've been for all the cycles since. Your friend wasn't in great shape either, but he bounced back fast. Seraphim, I made a habit of doing that. Seraphim's voice makes you spin around. Good to see you. He can't suppress his smile. Glad to be back. He nods. Your eyes fall to Seraphim's bandaged abdomen. He notices and pulls his jacket over the wound. It certainly looks better than when you came in. You should have seen. Bliss abruptly stops after Seraphim glares in their direction. Here, Seraphim pulls a few chits out of his pocket. Catch. He slings them over to Bliss. That's all I could get for now. Looking alive at least. And some of our crew at least, that we know of. Let's say, what are we paying for? Seraphim laughs. Who do you think put the rig back together? Bliss looks at you apologetically. I know what it looks like, but I'm sorry. I can't work for free. Keeping this place going is bad enough. I get it. Seraphim nods. We're just thankful you towed us in. We aren't freeloaders. Bliss looks between the two of you. I'll let you catch up. They turn to you. I'm glad you're awake. We were worried. They pat you on the shoulder and glide back down the corridor. With Bliss gone, silence dances on you and Seraphim. Both of you unsure what to say. Let's ask, where is Uni? Let's see what Smoothbar says. Is that like a cast around his arm? With no gravity, you don't need a threat? I think this is like a medical brace or something, definitely, eh? But he's actually wearing a shirt for once. Oh, in the previous area, he didn't wear any shirt. Okay, and then instead of answers, he's probably on the ship, working on that deck of hers. Seraphim looks out of the ship. She's been useful. Not sure we should have sorry. Not sure we would have got that distress signal out without her. What do you remember? He looks at you with concern. I remember Lane. Seraphim grimaces at the mention of his name. Lane? He shakes his head. Seraphim looks at you at the rig. He takes a breath, feeling himself from what he has to say. Export is... He clears his throat. It's gone. He flinches. What do you mean? It's gone. Seraphim catches your eyes. Drop off the map. No signal, apart from one sent from fleeing ships. He frowns. I don't know what happened. No one does. Your mind skips, unable to focus on the information you have just been told. You think of its constant activity of the bends, the rumble of the factory row. Marston, gone? By the time Bliss reaches us, we had drifted out of range. They could have seen it go up, but I saw Sleeper. Something exploded, white hot. The rubs his arm suppressed a shiver. A moment later, the shockwave was on us. The rig was crippled. Engine kept firing, but guidance went offline, sending us arcing out across the belt. He drops a hand inside his jacket, pressing against the bandage on his side. I managed to get under control, but not before we started spinning. My restraints came loose, and you weren't even strapped in, so we both got scrambled. He smiles, a weak smile, not like being trapped in an odor wash. He turns back to you. I'm impressed you made it, to be honest. Flesh and blood human would have been smashed to pieces. He goes silent. An image too little raw for him to continue. Pretty cool for you to see, Sweetboy, you say, cool to see such interesting medical devices under the concept of no gravity. Fashion also adapting. Pretty cool. Let's say... we all know what it feels like, Sweetboy. Let's say... could it be to do with us? Seraphim shrugs. Your guess is as good as mine, he squints. Would Lane do something like that? It doesn't make any sense. Utsubo is a gang. So it was a gang we're escaping from. The cruiser. They run the dark side. They don't go around blowing up stations. All anyone is seeing is debris and radiation. I picked up a lot of ship transponders before the rig went offline. Maybe some people got out. He stops, unable to add anything more. You both float in silence for a moment. So what now? Seraphim laughs weakly, one step at a time. You in a rush? We already owe Bliss for the work they did on the rig, and it isn't finished yet. A few more cycles, I've been told. Bliss won't hold us hostage, but I don't like to skip out without paying, even if we could get the rig started up. He rubs his necklace between his fingers. Bad karma. Interesting, is there something on his necklace? Maybe something with his necklace. Believes in karma, I see, okay. Beyond that, we need work, fuel supplies. We need to make sure we are okay. He counts off the issues on his fingers. After that, he shrugs. Haven't heard of anyone coming after us, and if they did, they've had to come through export, or what's left of it. He looks away. The far spindle is way out of Elaine's territory anyway. They call this bit of the belt a wash. And the station here run differently to the dark side. So for now, we have some freedom. Seraphim says, freedom to go broke, starve, and get into even more trouble. That's it. In all honesty, I was hoping you might have some ideas. He pats you on the shoulder. Let's see if we can find a contract. You won't hear any complaints from me, he smiles. You won't be able to fly out of for a few cycles yet, but if you won't hurt for us to have something lined up. He pauses and looks away. Seraphim pauses and stares down. Look, Sleeper. He rubs his side. I'm not sure I can work right now. I just got kicked out of the salvage yard for passing out on the job. He looks away. Even with the pain meds, I've been able to scarce up. I can fly, that's for sure. He starts obstinately at the rig. But you are going to need to a crew if you want to do any serious work. He chews his lip. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say don't be sorry. Thanks, Sleeper. He turns away. I'm going to take a rest on the rig. I'm wiped. You look out of the rig as he leaves. The warmth of the softness of the waking moments now feeling like a distant memory. Is this what you wanted? Freedom? A chance to work for yourself, not Lane. Well, here it is. With all the problems and complaints you could imagine. And at what cost? Could Lane have wiped out the export just to try and end you? You shiver at the thought. But if not Lane, then who? Theories cloud your mind. But push them away. Now is not the time for theories. Take your breath. Take a time to make a plan. That is it. Gotta get a job, Sweetby. Gotta make some money. Get some money, get some supplies. Get out of here. Make some more distance between us and our enemy. Okay, you've gained some glitch. Alright, that's a new thing. A glitch is a permanently you gain from repairing dice and from laying them to hack your system. Your current level of glitch is represented by the glitch lock to the right of your dice. Okay, you can have a maximum of 6. Each level of glitch you gain will increase your chance of rolling a glitch dice. At the start of the cycle, each time you roll a glitch dice, you clear one level of glitch. A glitch dice has 80% chance of a negative outcome when used on a 20% chance of a positive outcome. Okay. Okay. I wanna see if I can just go on to until I find like the hub area, and then I'll end the day. You find Junie in the airlock, a small collection of things crammed into her bag. I was coming to see you, I promise. She looks nervous. I was waiting for you to wake up, but Seraphim said you were okay, so that's fine. She smiles. Thank you, Sleeper. I'm glad you're feeling better. While you were out, she pauses. The concerns for you obvious. I was doing some digging. It seems that core, that Soul M1, isn't the one out there. You're the only one out there. I am going to keep looking to find another one, but not giving up. She takes a breath. But I'm going alone. We can help you. No, look. She takes a sharp breath. After what happened with the rig, Bliss saving us, we are all lucky to be alive. She shifts her bag on her shoulder. I'm thinking I'm better off alone for now. Good luck, Sleeper, and tell Seraphim goodbye for me. We can let it go, but I think before we do, let's ask, what are you chasing? She freezes, caught off guard by your question. She pauses. I know there's value, true value in that data, Sleeper. I know it, and she pauses again, unsure of herself. I have to protect, to continue. One I can't, I won't abandon. Maybe I can tell you about it another time, she smiles weakly, closing up again. Well, she rubs the back of her neck. See you around. You watch her drift away down the dock tunnel and into the far spindle, with questions still bouncing around your head. Maybe if your paths cross again, you might be able to get some of them answered. There we have it. I think we'll leave it. Ooh. Scroll up quite a bit here. Alright. Lots to explore, lots to go, but we'll leave that for the next episode. Maybe we'll have some more luck on the next episode, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we've been lucky enough to at least escape with our lives intact for now. Maybe take some stress damage, maybe with no money, but at least we have some things as we do. I wanted to show you the quest of our skills there, Swimby. We put here 1 point here into affected dice, so our dice. Oh, we've got 2 points available here. I think we'll save some, maybe go for the double engineering. We have skills in engineering, that is our main one. And then interface and intuition. We're bad in endurance and engaging. So we are kind of an engineer type of class, focusing. So our lowest dice of focus will get 3 extra. It's not bad at all. I think we'll save those. Yeah, some engineering and machine skills. Not going straight into combat, trying to see if we can find an alternative pathway, trying to focus more on that. But our friend, he is more of a rush in kind of guy, so it does feel like they have balanced it. So he has some of the other skills we are lacking. I wonder if we took a different class, would we have the same skill, or would you also get those skills that are the opposite of ours? I think if I was designing the game, I would do that, so it would be a good balance. But I'm not sure what we do now. I think we just quit. 34 seconds since last autosave. Okay, so that's good. So it did save for us when we did a thing. But Swede Bye, And anyone else who joined us, thank you so much. Now we had a JP here. Let us scroll here to the top. We had a JP, we had Connie Nicole, we had No Dragon, the dragon himself, Jurgen, Dunstan. I'm sure Dunstan is still here. Dunstan's a champion. Thanks so much, Johnson. Bobcat. We had Bobcat. We had Carbo, the cowboy man himself. Of Blaze, welcome and thank you so much again for joining us, Spot of. And Ski Wolf. Awesome. Alright. Let us read something as we always do. Okay, let's see what we got here for today. From 3 John number 1. Okay, and we are reading from number 5, chapter 5. Dear friends, you are faithful in what you are doing for the brothers and sisters, even though you are strangers to you. They have told the church about you, but about your love. Please send them onto their way in a manner that honors God. It was for the sake of the name that they went out, receiving no help from the pagans. We ought therefore to show hospitality to such people, so that we may work together in the truth. So let's once more. Dear friends, do not imitate what is evil, but what is good. Anyone who does what is good is from God, and anyone who does what is evil does not see in God. And on that beautiful note, I will leave you until the next episode. Hopefully I didn't break my voice with all this speaking. I can feel it. And get some cold tea. I'll warm up some for my bedtime. Alrighty folks. And we'll see you on the next one. But remember, it is the 11th hour. Good night.